Bruships it is. Go live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the last Bruships before Christmas and the second to last pre-Christmas naval chat. And honestly, I feel slightly different than I normally do. I'm not sure what, but something seems to be taking over me at the moment. I have no idea what, but there is definitely something different going on. I don't know. Anyway, hello, John Shea. How are you doing? I'll look forward to chatting to you later. Hello, Carving Aswek. Hello, Ruhan. Just finishing up your last USSR vid. Wouldn't USSR still need a capable coastal fleet under a purely military perspective to defend the coastline? To an extent, but there again, there's what do you consider a suitable coastal fleet? Do you need nuclear submarines? You could probably do with just SSKs. You know, that the sort of scenario of what you need to protect your coastline and in a sort of sea denial literal approach is nowhere near the level of force you need they were actually building. Right then. The USSR pioneered missile boats. Yeah. They had lots and lots of them. Never forget, they didn't ignore the military necessity and the things they could actually deliver. But let's put it this way. The fact is, once you realise that actually combat power and actual combat potential is not a good reason to make the case for you to have the larger vessels you so desire, you start thinking around what other things you can do with them. And honestly, winning the peace was the best and most logical, and actually the most really reasonable reason for them to. Nightbot, why are you doing this? Nightbot. Hey, caramba, what Nightbot, why have you timed out Ruon? Okay. Ron, you managed to wind up Nightbot. I don't know how, but you did. I'll check the settings. The trouble is, it's gonna sound strange. I want to play around the settings to try and make it so it's less likely to go whack-a-daisy on people who are making just the normal fun comments. But the trouble is, then that makes it easier for the bots to get through. And sometimes it whacks the people, but it doesn't whack the bots. Honestly, Nightbot and me are, you know, having an interesting conversation. Howling Rook. Vikings, I do hope we are going to be using the word in the correct context tonight. When have I used the word in the incorrect context? You know, there are certain times, but no, I don't think. No, I don't think I've done my lecture on 1066 on here at all. I don't think that's come up as a thing yet to discuss. I think that's I've got that penciled in for. I think I've got 1066 penciled in for 2026. Hello, Mark Harkness. Hello, Peter Dawson. Hello, Knight6831. Hello, Michael Cooch. Hello, Calvin Gesbeck. Peter Dawson. Morgan McKenzie. Hello. I hope the football game went well. Tanner Velica. Hello. The Orange Carpet Tigers are now ready for the sips of brew. That's always good. The poodle is now in. Hello, Mulivara. Hello, Wayne. Hello, Calvin Gasberg. Hello, Tanif. Hello, Colin Cameron. Hello, Touchy2 Michelle. Hello, Byron. Hello. Ooh. How is this the second to last pre-Christmas 2020 naval chat? Well, you see, The next naval chat will probably take place on the 23rd, and that's the last naval chat and discussion before Christmas. Because I'm not doing a live on Christmas Day, and I've not got any other live schedule for this week. So, whilst that's going to be on the Soviet Union's Navy, I wouldn't be surprised if at the end people have discussions and things about other things as well come to that live. Plus, I'm expecting that to be a long one because, let's be honest, currently for the Soviet Navy, I have a total of 65 slides, including ones which haven't been seen so far in the recorded videos. So I don't think that's going to be a quick one, because even if I do it on average of 4 minutes a slide, which is what I tend to be doing when I'm doing the recorded videos, roughly 4 to 5 minutes a slide, that's still going to be roughly 4 hours. Hello Mega Throne, hello DG40, hello Budguy8229, hello Bob Fry, hello Seneca Nero, Carlos like hello, I think I said that already. I don't see on has the dot got navigation lights now? Well, you see, I looked at the way the vote was going and I basically decided that this was coming my way, so, you know. This was my best friend's theoretical Christmas present to me. She has a very good sense of humour, and she decided I could enjoy this. Thank you, Rohan. You love the hat. I do not know why Nightbot has it in for you at the moment. Nightbot, Ruon, Jackpot, stop spamming caps. Warning. It doesn't like capital letters. How much it does it? Hello, that hat is quite a thing. It is quite a thing, isn't it? Ball fry, good evening. Just finished wrapping fruitcakes in rum-soaked cheesecloth. That'll be good. Nice one. Do we know what class of ships Admiral Fisher withdrew from service when his fleet modernization plan started? Pretty much everything he could lay his hands on to justify withdrawing, including not just battleships but a lot of the cruisers, etc. And this is the point. He gets through a lot of the cruisers and smaller ships, which are fairly useful present vessels. Hi, Jack Ray. Thank you for the membership gift. Sounds cool, Mark Harkness. Mr. Vanguard, I was doing my script about S-160, then I got looking at American Transport Corporation, then Railway Operating Division, and now I've booked a trip to the National Archives. Yeah, that's basically it. Regretting the poll, Doc? No. Never put anything in a poll you don't mind about the result. YouTube is supposed to come with a bot killer. Hopefully hopefully it'll work. If it's a Viking talk, can I ask you what type you think Skibler Loki's dwarf-made folding ship was? Balna Loki's dwarf-made folding ship was. That's a lot for me to remember off the top of my head. The fact that I recognised 3 of the names and have the scenario in my head does make me think, Yeah, it's one of their gods' mythological vessels, isn't it? Let's put it this way. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a version of a longship, but, you know. And the fact is, it'd be quite nice for a longship to be able to be carried over land, because... Let's be fold up to be carried over land, because let's be honest, as a rule, if they wanted to, they either had to do one or two things. One, go up rivers. Two, carry it, or, well, I suppose third thing, leave it and build another one. So, okay, how far ahead are you planning your videos? 2026? I have a rough sketch up of ideas up until about 2030. So that should give you some reassurance that I'm not planning on ending the channel anytime soon. Bushy Smith, is it Thanksgiving? No, for some reason these, and I do think they are it's a Thanksgiving hat, because let's be honest, this little pilgrim's hat, doesn't it? Have made it across the UK, and now they're Christmas hats over here, because we eat turkeys at Christmas. Because, honestly, we did used to eat goose, but frankly that's an absolute pain in the to cook. Viking is a job name from Scandinavia. Viking's more a Viking is going for a way of life. Greham, I'm just amused that Naval decided to hit me after the stream started for conduct before the stream started. Of course. So anyway, how did Christmas get celebrated in navies? How important, how and sea? If you've ever watched the Battle of the River Plate, you will see exactly how it gets practiced. They have some decorations, they'll have some things carried, especially by ships which know they're going to be away. Ships which are away, for, especially as sort of 1920s, 30s, and the sort of World War II. It's a morale thing. It's kind of like the various ceremonies you have for becoming a salty old sea dog. It's one of those things they do, and they usually try and make some effort. Some navies have the tradition that the officers serve the crew that day in terms of food. There were a fair number of captains in the Age of Sail who make a big thing of cutting up the meat and dishing out the meat to their crew and doing a sort of scenario like that. But, yeah. It's basically to what extent it's celebrated depends on the means and availability to celebrate it. And the motive. That's right. The one after my next cover job. When I'll still, where I feel like garbage and I'm still trying to get through the Soviet Navy videos. It happens. Where's all the science? I was thinking of something more technical. How to possibly say on it? Would you consider an 80th anniversary video for the Battle of Samar? Potentially, but let me just check off the top of my head. I have that scheduled in for 2024. Yeah. That's the ones I have for that, because it would be the 80th anniversary one of that. So that's about 2 years away. So we'll worry about that closer to time. I see you like flashing us. I am. Oh, if all the problems with Kuznetsov could be explained by Kuznetsov Ghost, they'd be happy. Honestly, that shit went through names like anything. I think, personally myself, it was a last, In the Eye by Gorshkov. He does like to name ships after admirals he's got rid of. I'm glad you enjoy it, Colin. Colin's got greeted 4 times, not that I'm complaining. Well, your name just kept sort of popping up. Far enough apart, I wasn't sure and couldn't quite remember. Joy of dyslexia, this sort of thing of... I am good with things I can read a lot and remember and work in my memory, but when reading through a list, it's a case of, oh, I have to check. And that's why, especially for when I'm doing registers, I like having tick lists. I do not like having digital lists, you can't do anything to them. Ireland, here you go. Aside from Operation Heaven 1 with Yamato and a few kamikazes, what new is there naval-wise of Battle of Okinawa? Not much. Run, find an Asian Amelia whisper for the entire screen. No, the Battle of Okinawa is not really a revelation in terms of technology or something new. It's more a case of we have methodologies of bashing each other and we're going to keep trying to do them just with more effort. There was a poll, I ran it yesterday because I got given this at yesterday's lunch. So, what are your thoughts on the AA battleship video of Drax on Friday? It's a nice idea to have an AA battleship. Their tag's still on here. And that's everything. You know, having an AA battleship. How do I put this? Battleships are already quite heavily built and quite structurally sound. They've got large magazines. There are very good reasons to build an anti-aircraft battleship. The sheer amount of firepower, radars, etc. you'll be able to run on it. It can make a lot of sense. Where did you get this hat? My best friend found it. I'm not sure where she did. I have 2 best friends, right? Who are girls. I have about another 2, 3. If I include the entire Canadian Naval History crew, which I am tempted to do so, and Jamie, I would say 3, 6 male best friends. So basically the people I would consider my closest friends. And you've seen Sam a lot. She turns up in videos and does my recording, and when I go down to Portsmouth or somewhere like that, she's usually the director / camera person, and you will see her in videos. You've seen her husband as well, Richard, in videos, especially from the M33 video last year. You won't have seen my other friend. She doesn't like to be on camera and doesn't come to these sort of things. But this is her sense of humour, and it's also to an extent mine, so I find it quite hilarious, and she gave it to me, and that was basically that everyone got a hat at the Christmas lunch which they had to wear. And she gave me this one because, of course, I went to North America this year. I went to Canada, as I did point out, but she said they have Canadian Thanksgiving, so she gave me a Thanksgiving hat. But it's flashed, and let's put it this way. I sat through the lunch at Ask, and then I walked down to Waterstones, and then I walked back home all the time wearing the hat. So the last Soviet Navy video today, there is something tragic about full Soviet Union that is traffic. In another video about the Soviet version of Top Gun, when the Union fell, the personnel went back to the former member states, leaving traditions built over decades behind and the rusting Murmansk. Oh, there are so many issues. Why didn't the Mark 8 torpedoes from the Royal Navy submarine HMS Dreadnought send the wrecked West German chemical tanker Eisenberg Chemist to the bottom? Probably because they're Mark 8 torpedoes, and sometimes they can be finicky. History Vanguard. History videos planned until 2030. I will hopefully start my PhD then. By then. Woohoo! That will be good. Wed Coaster. Hello. When I joined the Canadian Reserves, I was the youngest member of this company at Christmas. I got a direct promotion to commander for a few hours. Fun times. So anyway, the captain serves the crew, tradition from the Romans, Saturnalia. It's been around for a long time in enough navies that it's fairly widespread and no one's quite sure where it comes from. There is often the thing of it comes from the Romans and Saturnalia, but there's also some examples that there seems to be at a winter festival that it was something which also Greek captains did if they were at sea at a time, and possibly Phoenician captains as well. So we're not quite sure how far it goes back. We know also Carthage might have done something similar. Might have done. Then this is the point. We have some fragments, and people who are far more expert in those linguistics and trying to analyze those fragments than me say the words, well, this suggests it possibly could have, which is enough for me to say it might have done, but not for me enough to say it did. Yeah, if the dogs were in here, the blinking lights wouldn't be on. Gotta ask, is that the hat of the Blackburn priesthood Good Doctor is wearing? You'd have to ask Dan, he's the high priest, not me. I'm the trying to avoid it. Nice. I remember it took 4.5 45 caliber shells from Adrian Selbury to finish her off. And what was so dangerous about her cargo of alcohol and acetol? That's a fairly explosive mixture if it gets together. Would the AA battleship still have its AA battleship level armor protection? I'm not sure if it would have the full belt, etc., but it might have some of the deck armor. Might have something. Probably would, because using the 2 unfinished hour hulls would certainly, if they'd already been built with it, you're not going to take it out. So anyway, how would Britain react politically if in the War of 1812 the USS suddenly becomes the one of the US of 2022? Well, technologically, the US of 2022 would be far, far more capable than the US of 1812 was. But, saying that, they would still be allied with a despotic dictator, which might be interesting for the US public response. But leaving that to one side, there's also the fact that, and I say this politely, the US of 1812 was far more united than the US of 2022. The US of 2022 has just enough nutty people in it that they would probably be, if it goes back to 1812, would probably be sufficiently focused on dealing with internal issues that the externals would not matter. Because the amount of them who would probably go, well, you know, now we're back here, we can do this, this, this. And yes, whilst I'm fairly sure the people who are holding the US together and wanted to stay together would win out in the end, they would have an interesting conversation on their hands at the least. AA battleships should have a tad thicker deck armor than their more anti-surface sisters. Not necessarily an expensive belt armor. Okay, so we have a turkey and our ham at Thanksgiving and at Christmas in Canada. Uh, we have both in our family, honestly. There was one year when I was cooking for a lot of people, and this was a few years back. I don't think I'm doing that this year, but it was a few years back. And I cooked 4 turkeys. Turkey crowns, by the way. Not the full turkey. I did turkey crown. Frankly, I was cooking for enough people. I wasn't going to bother with the difficulty. Just get the turkey crown, which is just the breast meat. That made life easier. And 3 gammons, 2 nut roasts, and a beef Wellington. Because why not? Why not add to the fun by adding in a beef Wellington as well? Beef Wellington actually came out pretty good. They all came out fine. Everyone ate everything. I tried all the different roast options to check on it. Seriously, the sheer mountain of chipolatas I did. How many was it? Let's see. I was feeding 40-ish people, it must have been. Because I remember cooking, because I was cooking, and I worked it out. You bought packet of chipolatas in packs of 12. And so I'd worked that out and gone, right then, I need at least 160. But in a pack of 12, well, that'll take me to 120, 156, 168. Will give me 8 over, but that's only 4. There's only 8 spare, and that's still budgeting for just 4 each. So I ended up doing, I think, 180 chipolatas. Oh, that was fun. I had both ovens going, and all the family were basically bringing the veg and all that stuff and plating it all up, and oh good lord, it was... Had a barbecue as well going outside, which I was cooking stuff in, and a broiler, because I did the turkey 4 different ways. It was a fun time. It was a fun time. This year I spent 3 hours in Waterstones yesterday, buying books for my family and getting lost in the history section and fiction section. It was good places to get lost. I'm sorry, Cody85. You missed the stream for your question. You'll get another chance. I'm sure you get more through. You do quite well. Seem to remember your ideas usually are quite popular. Sometimes these things are rigidly have positive buoyancy. Nice, okay, everyone. Lots of people that seem to get dragged out of Waterstones. I managed to avoid that myself yesterday, but that's because I was shopping alone. Ruin, so is Dan a Lorgar to your Emperor? The fact that you even think... no, I don't think I would ever be the Emperor. Don't take us wrong way, I know my own limitations, and me being the Emperor would... No, the sheer amount of paperwork, no. No. If a clean sheet anti-aircraft battleship design were to be drafted post-war, would it make sense to make the deck armor heavier at expensive belt? Potentially. Listen, why did the RN reject the 15 6-inch design for the Town class? Because they're working on the 16 6-inch design for the Town class, the quads, the 4 quad 6-inch gun systems. And let's be honest, the British were, getting keen on the idea of a quad gun scenario. And honestly, Henderson doesn't seem to think you needed more than 12. He seemed to think there was a balance at which a point you just are adding extra guns for the sake of saying you have more guns. Because if you consider the size you're building to build an effective one to do everything the British want to do with 15 6-inch guns or even 16 6-inch guns, you are doing enough weight that you might as well build something which has 8-inch guns or something bigger. Sounds good, History Vanguard. Don't worry, Stafford. I'm trying to find a new truck online as mine almost burned down the first time. They are expensive now. The hence currently still sans car. That's something I'm going to have to sort out in the new year. Argentina is world champion. But they did beat the French, which is the important thing. Have you opened that small jar? No, I haven't yet. I will get to it. Honestly, as a Brit, I didn't give a flying hoot who won. I didn't even watch it. Run, don't get. Yeah, but then you get Gilliman to do the paperwork while you mess with forces burning again. I suppose. But you see, that means that if I'm the Emperor and I've got Gilliman doing the paperwork and Dan is Lorgar, then that means Drac is in charge of the Adeptus Mechanicus. And that could be worrying. And I have no idea what Gareth is off doing, but I'm fairly certain at some point there are going to be Chaos Gods calling me to ask me to stop him hurting them. Because I don't know if you've watched his Twitch streams on him doing various things in computer games, but he is rather cruel to his opponents. He's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. Give him an army and the ability to assassinate people, and he doesn't stop. I mean, literally, I was watching one recently, and I think he assassinated a dozen people in 20 minutes. And it wasn't even the point of the game. The point of the game is to run an empire. And he's just assassinating people just because he just feels like it. Divorce? No. Assassinate. You're annoying me. Assassinate. It made June look fairly normal and like lacking in assassinations. Okay, so if a modern warship did a final countdown and go back to World War II, how long do you think it would last since it would be next to impossible to resupply ammo and fuel? Well, that depends. Actually, considering the range of fuels which most NATO ships are adapted to be able to run on. Maybe not well, but not run on. And considering the Russian engines, which are designed to basically take anything, I mean, they're kind of like the Rolls-Royce of engines in that regard. There was always the joke about Rolls-Royce cars, that you could pretty much load them with whiskey and they'd still run. And honestly, there are vessels which can run on something which is not far off very much distillated alcohol. So, yeah, you could probably run them. It's getting the spare parts and the lubricants. That can be more difficult, but you might be able to find substitutions for that. In terms of missiles, it'll be out of those fairly quickly. But in terms of dumb shells, it can be rearmed with those quite well. So, honestly, your dream would probably be about a 1960s ship going back to the 1930s. But, as that would have the biggest impact. But, yeah, you probably get a couple of months out of most things on the ship. You probably get the missiles one engagement. But what an engagement it would be. I mean, literally, it would wipe out the enemy air attack. And honestly, the close-in weapon system, etc., as long as that can be kept going and kept supplied with 20mm, is probably going to wipe out the air attack as well. I mean, the Royal Navy, if they had one going through the Mediterranean with close-in weapon systems on CWS, let's see, which one has it? It's, say, got a... God, not a Type 45, but that's the only real option. Let's say HMS Glasgow. Once she's fitted out, everything's going on, hits an event, and goes back in time and finds herself alongside the other HMS Glasgow, and is wandering around the Mediterranean, I have a feeling that she would cause a minor nightmare for most of the opponents for quite a long time. Who's Horus in this scenario? Horus in this scenario. Who would start off as my most loyal son but turn into a traitor? Knight 6831? Nah, that's a bit cruel. Although he might enjoy that. Just winding up. I'm just not sure who. Let's see. That's right. So they're trying to do what is World of Warships HMS Plymouth. Yep. That's right. Why do we know that the Fukushima quick-firing 6-pounder naval gun was used on the Royal Southern class? Not know what. Not know what. Silver classes. Because there were so many different options they could have picked from. And because, well, we have some information, but not all. Just on. Look, where can I find more on Aaron Hansen? Wiki lists one of your book videos as a source. Pretty much my book. And the book I haven't written yet. Next up, entirely related, here's a fun one. Made a paddle steamer in a game. It's capable of 50 odd knots. Any guesses as to what this might have taken in real life? An awful amount of power. An absolutely good, awful amount of power. Gareth, if he was anything, might be Alfarius, but probably not. No. He'd be wanting to do something else. Here we go. How did the 6-inch AA performance post-war Tiger Blake AA cruisers compare to US Woodford class? About as similarly disappointing. Nice 6831. If World War I hadn't broken up when it did, when would the Royal Navy retire its fleet of pre-dreadnought battleships completely? Probably by 1920s. And the reason I say 1920s is my 1921 to 1920 to 1923 is probably by the time they'd have gone. If not, maybe earlier, if they're depending on how quickly they're building dreadnoughts still. Hello, thanks. A friend of mine in DOW had his commissar shoot a trooper. He'd giggle and then do it again. Went through several squads that way. Oh, good lord. Dr. Clarke looks across me. Assassination. Crosses the road and walk. Assassination. Spits on the ladle. Assassination. That's Gareth's way of running things. Next one. Car strength whiskey coming up to 80% AVB, and that stuff burns. Yep. Enjoy, Wayne. No, does that make the floppy research the Adeptus Custodes? Oh, good God. Well, yeah, the floppy research assistant, the Adeptus Custodes. It would make the assistant floppy research assistant the Grey Knights. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The doesn't realise ever knowingly acknowledge that it might be A, outnumbered, B smaller than its opponent, or C, woefully outgunned. Do you think academics would have accessible email addresses? Nah, not as a rule. I have a sort of accessible one. I have my academia.edu thing, so that can take chats. SG Vanguard. Me and Total Bonus One. I have killed 35,000 men with 3 Roman legions. Fun. Thanks. What sort of refit would the R-Class have had they been chosen in the QEs for reconstruction? A very tight one, because the reason they weren't chosen over the QEs was because of the space in their hull. One ship. Tell us which weapons are good and which are a waste of time, and how does the Burrow cannon work? We want lots of those. Pretty much. But go down. Did the Royal Navy have any plans to build a cruiser like the Des Moines class? To an extent. Can I find its details here? The Royal Navy had ideas about it, but they keep asking, trying to figure out what they're going to build. I do enjoy the Des Moines class. I speak this as someone who was actually today writing and rewriting my Long Island class. By the way, there's going to be an update. Before I get into books, and while I'm still talking and chatting away and wearing this, because I'll take this off when I get into books, there is a slight change to the schedule, and that HMS Warrior isn't going to be out tomorrow. It's going to be USS Long Island tomorrow. The reason is, simply put, the software which I have been using for editing videos, and I did try Sony Vega as well. Sony Vega had trouble on the computer and didn't seem to work properly. And Movie Maker, which I was using, Video Editor Pro, for some reason has stopped liking videos which I load into it. It doesn't like the newer, higher quality videos. And when I say it doesn't like them, it just produces a plain black screen. It doesn't show me any sort of thumbnail. So they all look like they're sort of just these black spaces with film tag or no film tag, depending on whether they're video or not. Which wasn't really helpful. So I've ended up trying to figure out everything, download, going through Troubleshooter, and spent most of the last week going through Troubleshooters, trying to sort it all out. Ended up chatting away with Windows and going through the various Windows systems and finding out that maybe it's because my version of Movie Maker Pro no longer supports these things, because Windows are trying to sell, of course, get something called Clipchamp to work. Now, I therefore decided to try and procure Clipchamp, and I played around with that in Sony Vega. Clipchamp is basically the same as my old software, just slightly more advanced, so I've gone with that one. And yeah, that's caused an interesting thing to appear on Patreon, if you haven't noticed it. I am working on an actual introduction bit for the recorded videos, but this means that for HMS Warrior, in order for me to get that done properly, I've had to put it back till the end of this week, so I have time to actually do it this week, because I didn't get to do it last week because of all the software issues. I'd asked you earlier, was I right that Bismarck and Shanks would want never to engage a convoy guided by an N3, but never got an answer? Well, that's honestly because I didn't think you really needed an answer, as you'd already answered it yourself. In a nice way, in any world where there are N3s going around the world with 18-inch guns, at what point does a Scharnhorst with 11-inch guns, or a Bismarck with 15-inch guns, which is ordered to do surface raiding and avoid dealing with an enemy threat, if it cannot get to it, avoid it, want to take on a convoy which has guarded by something which has 18-inch guns, and will go, "Hello, my pretty, come into my range"? Because there is nothing either of those two glasses will be covering that would actually be a threat to an N3. It's pretty much a floating bump of steel. The only thing they can do is keep away from it. I said, what was the point of the Oregon City heavy cruisers? They wanted cruisers. That's pretty much the point of them. They had lost ships, they wanted more ships. These come with a heavier AA build, so that's what they get them. And you can see that in the names which are chosen. Albany, Rochester, Northampton. You know. Okay, so why wasn't HMS Puncher transferred to the Royal Canadian Navy, since they manned the ship and only the aircrew were Royal Navy? Presumably the Royal Canadian Navy, or rather the Royal Canadian government, didn't want it. Senator Ian Bauer, would you rather an Iowa class or the same displacement in PT boats? That's an awful lot of PT boats. An awful lot. I think it's basically the choice is would I rather want to be on the side of the Iowa, in command of the Iowa, or the PT boats? Well, considering the sheer number of PT boats and the sheer level of violence you can bring with the torpedoes, I'd probably go for them, as the odds are they'd win, because let's be honest, the Iowa's main advantage in life is its 16-inch guns, and it can't really bring those to bear in a fight against PT boats, because by the time you will see them on the radar, they will be in too close for you to actually be able to get your guns to bear on them. So you'll have to rely on your secondaries, and the sheer number of PT boats you'll have will make that an absolute nightmare. And of course, I didn't say anything about having any destroyers as well, so yeah. Probably the BT boats. Geo Guy, in the Soviet Union videos, the Soviets seem to get a jump on the West on deploying anti-ship missiles by a decade. Did the West depend on its carriers before getting around to Exocet or Harpoon? Pretty much. The Soviet Navy needed the missiles because they didn't have the reach. The West was depending upon their carriers and their carrier aircraft for it, and their submarines to extend. If there aren't decided to sell off what without World War I happening, who would buy them and how long would they last in foreign service? What are you selling off? The whole of the Royal Navy? Sections of the Royal Navy? Cold War Chemical, you look so disappointed wearing that hat. I quite like having a hat. Honestly, please note, I will say I'm not feeling the most well at the moment, but it's not an illness. My sister cooked lunch again. And let's put it this way, I love her dearly, but the thing she's allergic to If you forgot to include them in the food, of course she'd be very, very ill. She'd be very upset. But she does have a habit of, especially this week, because she's been very, very overworked and very tired. And I keep going, can I do the cooking instead of you? And oh no, it's my turn. Can I do the cooking? No, it's my turn. I'm going to do it. Okay. And so far, this week, she's almost poisoned Mum because she gave her something she was allergic to. And today she gave me something I'm allergic to. And it's not a hospitalization allergy or anything like that. It's just oh, I'm going to feel bloated and be burping for a long time and basically not a happy belly after having that. If anyone wants to know the answer, it's courgettes. I'm just not good with them. Anyway, she decided because she cut them up small and I wouldn't be able to see them, she could put them in the stew because, obviously my aversion to it was that. No, it's an actual... I have an allergy to them. It makes me be quite gaseous when I have them. And I went, oh, I forgot that. I thought you just didn't like looking at them. Thank you. Oh, I love sisters. I really do. Anyway. Chris saying he's channeling Mr. Bean. To an extent, yes. Colin Cameron, we know cans of beans and also wheels of cheese have been used as weapons. Well, I think the wheel of cheese was, to be fair, I think that was what suffered as it was used as armour, and it was suffered as a result of that. The cans of baked beans were fired, of course, at an Italian battleship. But has anyone ever used eggs of pudding? There were actually a few battles on Christmas Day, and actually there's going to be a video which comes out tomorrow. A video which comes out tomorrow. Pardon me. As said, gassy. On the shorts list. It's on the 19th of December, 1796. And it's of an action which actually involved the then Commodore Horatio Nelson, in charge of the frigates Minerva and Blanche, taking on the frigates Sabina and Ceres, which are actually supported at one point by Matilda, Perla, and the first-rate Principe de Ostras. Sabina was captured and then recaptured, so the actual result of the action is inconclusive. But the reason I'm bringing up is because at one point during the battle, there are various interesting things, including described as Christmas food, are chucked at people. I'm not sure if there's Christmas pudding there. Just in my notes here. Thank you, Airfry. Thank you. Listen, would I be right in thinking if that the Revenge class super dreadnoughts had not been built to cheap due to economics, that you might have them as an improved Queen Elizabeth? Well, that would have been a sensible thing if they'd been built like that. I am taking this session seriously. It's very serious. Can't you see how serious I am? I'm so serious my second head is nodding. Very cool, Duckman. Thanks. Given that you enjoyed the Des Moines, what is your opinion on utterly controversial Alaska-class super heavy large cruisers? The Alaska class are where heavy cruisers / armor cruisers would have been without the treaties. I'm not getting into what the cult of the most holy Blackburn backbone would be in that sort of scenario, Dunrick. To be a threat to the end of free is to carry nuclear rounds like Atomic Annie, the USA tested in the 50s. Probably. Cold War chemical. If you could go back in time and reactivate any ship for the Falklands in '82, what would it be? Any ship. If I could get HMS Vanguard available and working, that would certainly deal with a lot of the issues of fire support, because she could sit with her 40mm in San Carlos Bay and provide air defense to the task group, and with her 15-inch guns could probably provide fire support for pretty much any troops anywhere on the island. In which case, the British would have would pretty much have the complete whip hand for the entire operation, and it would free up the Harriers to concentrate on the air defense mission over the ground support mission, which would free up more aircraft for that role, which would allow them to probably do a better, a more in-depth air defense to cover for the fact that they don't have airborne early warning. What's the worst rabbit hole you've ever gone down? Mine is the Crusade Wars. Oh, I've gone down rabbit holes deeper than that. The longest and weirdest rabbit hole I went down was turbine design. And I ended up down well into the deep parts of nozzle deflection. Well beyond the level which a historian or even most engineers would need to know. We have a list of many things in the kitchen, including one not to put in food. I can't eat turkeys. My insides don't agree with this bird. Eating it means a visit to porcelain. Yeah. When was the Battle of North Cape? Ooh, that was 1943, wasn't it? Yeah, December 1943. 26th of December 1943. Hence, its 80th anniversary will be next year, and hence it's my probably the topic if I can, depending on the accommodations we're in at that time, because there is a outside chance we might end up moving with all the issues we've got going on in the house at the moment. That might well be my Boxing Day. I do a live on the Battle of North Cape, because that would be fitting. Geoguy, French hotel battleships be shooting flambe and baked Alaska. Might as well. Go Cameron. Uruguay, I think it was used cheese in their cannons in a battle at one point against Brazil when they ran out of cannonballs in a battle. That wouldn't surprise me, Uruguay. Sharon, is it fair to suspect Arrow Fisher had seen that the writing was on the wall for the pre-dreadnought battleships? To an extent, but not really as much as he'd like to make out he did. Straight. Having been in the US Navy, I can say I have chucked pie at a British warship. They started it. Usually we do. Seneca, how would you build a nuke-proof battleship? You can't. Unless you want to build something completely out of lead, but even then, The actual explosion will still cause trouble. And building a ship out of lead is not a good idea. Steve Clarke, a question on the post-Washington Naval Treaty lost ships. How long would it have taken the IJNESN to create a ship design and build them to meet the challenge of the Arm with the G3 and 3 ships? Considering they're already maxed out on their building, they'd have to get their current building work out the way or cancel it and then start on it. So you'd probably be talking 2 to 4 years. At least before they started it. Maybe longer for the Japanese. Because you either have to stop your current building work or you have to wait till it's over. So, what would your modern Black Swan class look like? I don't think the Batch 2 Rivers are quite it. Probably not. You can remember sloops were a lot bigger than Flower class corvettes, or sort of were more interesting than Flower class corvettes, and that's a good area. So, a Black Swans class sloop, modern one, you're probably looking at 2,500 to 3,000 tons. And honestly, you are... Oof. Well, not the Ramusen. They're a bit small as well. Honestly, trying to find a vessel that's in the sort of right class to link it up to is an interesting one. A modern ship. Singapore have some good ships. Let's see. What have they got? And formidable class. Formidable class probably wouldn't be far off it. Yeah, I'll probably go with formidable class from the Singaporean formidable class as a basis for it. Certainly build something interesting for that level. John Sykes, in one of the final scenes in the final countdown, who else noticed that they were loading tactical nuclear weapons on some of the planes to attack the Japanese fleet? It would have been interesting had they actually done that. I think they might not have liked the radiation effect on Hawaii. Cool. Cool, Wayne's World. Hello, Desert Foxo. Listen, Vanguard would draw the A4 Sky and Israeli that towards it, although I've seen all the time when the Argentinians don't get IED, they get. The thing is, sitting again, this is the advantage for her. Vanguard would draw them, yes, but with her 40mm and a cannon, her both are 40mm, especially the sheer number of them she carried. Sitting in San Carlos Bay, where they can't fire at her from long range because of the bay shape, so they have to come in, pop up, and then come down and engage. Her cannon would be shredding them. Combine it with any other guns she has on her, and they would just be other guns. They would just be causing endless amounts of trouble for anyone attacking her. She'd probably take, let's be honest, probably end up end up Clarke would use her as his flagship. So she'd probably take the spot that Intrepid used to took. Intrepid would go where took where Fearless. Probably would take the spot where Fearless was. And then Fearless would go where Intrepid was, and Intrepid would probably go in a third position, and that would give them free ships to do the sort of air defense scenario and lead the air defense in the area. So yeah, it would probably be a lot harder as well for the Argentinians to attack them. If the Iron had kept Vanguard, what would have been cut to pay for it? I have no idea, really. There are some options. Not many good ones. Honestly, you need extra funding to keep Vanguard, and that's the presumption I was going with. The US didn't have a design that could do the G3 and match the N3. They didn't have a design. If you're talking about the Tillman battleships, no. They didn't have a worked up design that could match the G3 and N3, and they certainly didn't have the slipways to build them. Oh, 55 knot ship with 12 knot speed and 12. No, they have a fantasy design. They don't actually have a worked up design. That is. Hi, Melanie. That is one of the problems. They were looking at those sort of options, but the reason they didn't go for it is because all the technology didn't add up at the time. And the fact that Rolls-Royce engines could run on almost anything, is that partly why Gardner went out of business? I think so. Just Wonk, I've been digging up stuff on the mid-17th century Dorset repository as part of riling up my wife. Turns out they imported that period from Cologne. Wasn't until mid-18th century for the first local potter. The trouble is, Steve Clarke and Mark Harkness, is that the G3 had 16.5-inch guns and did faster than 30 knots probably. The N3 had 18-inch guns and was solid steel and had 9 18-inch guns. So yeah, that thing is the 12 16-inch. They're not going to necessarily bounce. Depends on the range of the N3, but it's not gonna. It can outrun an N3. It can't outrun a G3. It can, broadly speaking, potentially outfight a G3, but that depends on how the G3 manages to make it. If the G3 manages to make it a angle-on front attack, then you could have a very big problem if you're in the American design. Sorry. Sister's cooking is not good, and days of staying up staring at computer screens to try and get the computer system to work, not good. So yeah, it's an interesting scenario, that sort of thing. But let's put it this way: the bigger problem for the Americans and the Japanese is their slips are full, and they're not building. They either have to cancel what they're building, then clear the slips, and then start building something, design and build something new, or they have to build what they're building and then start building it, and use their time to design something better. That's worrying, Stafford. Marcy, when are armchair animals coming back? I think January some point. P. Mawson, those Rolls-Royce engines get the ship built around them. The US Navy doesn't even buy them, they lease. I'm not sure on that one. But yeah, they do. Those engines are interesting. Giga, the studies... It's not so much a lease. There is a thing that that Rolls-Royce will buy back engines from navies after they've used them for the life of the ship. They like to get them back so they can study them and see what's damage is done to them so they get them. This is occasionally led to people saying that you lease the engines off Rolls-Royce, not you buy them, because they include the potential cost of the buyback in the price you pay when you buy it. So basically, you're just getting some money back for returning it. But it's not quite that simple. Why was the Belgrano a big threat to the RN around the Falklands when they had XM missiles too? Because it's guns. Basically, you run out of missiles quickly, but those guns could have caused a lot of damage. That was the worry. Vanguard will still need to get to their base first. I think if, in nicest way, if Intrepid and Fearless and all those merchant ships managed to get into the bay, I'm fairly sure a battleship with all the weaponry she had as part of a task group could get into the bay. In nicest way, the Argentines weren't exactly lacking in trying to stop the task force getting there. They didn't really do well because of the weather and because of the timings. And, yeah. That's given us a rosy idea of how they got in there, but, you know. There's also the fact that, let's be honest, Vanguard in the Falklands gets rid of a lot of problems very quickly. Because it's a case of, we have these coordinates. Dial in. Thank you. So, you had a good day? Yeah, I've had a good day. Do you gentlemen feel like surrendering? You do? That's good. Please put your hands up and walk out in a leisurely fashion. Yeah, it's been a tough day. It's one thing getting shelled by artillery, it's another thing getting bombed by aircraft, it's quite another thing getting 15-inch guns raining down on you. There are things that just shouldn't happen to a chap. And 15-inch guns shells raining down on you when you're in a barely prepared position with virtually no food and no officers running around is not one of them. Benoix, was CVE ever a plausible plan? You're going to have to... In nicest way, CVE stands for so much in naval and military terms. You are going to have to give me more details, because CVE for me is escort carrier. What are your thoughts on new World Warships USS Illinois? Thank you, Stafford. The new one for Christmas. And with Mark 7 8-inch 55s and more AA batteries than God. Well, you know, if you're gonna have it, you might as well have it. The 3-inch rapid fire AA could have been pretty useful. The 40mm would probably be more useful in San Carlos. The 3-inch would be more useful in the open water. Was it worth putting an angled flight deck on Victoria, CG cost and time? It would be more sensible to have built a Malta class up and put it on top of that. Why was Bristol built, but the rest of the Type 82 is cancelled? Save money. Bristol was already well under construction and underway, and frankly, you couldn't save much money. No, I'm not overtaxing myself. It's just literally, as said, bad lunch. And I will add that I am definitely spending a lot of time in the gym. After looking at the videos today of me, there's the videos of me in Canada, and I look relatively managing to still keep relatively fit and healthy. And then there's the one from me going around Warrior, and I'm sort of going, okay, yeah, the fact that I haven't been to the gym in a couple of months is showing quite heavily. It's bad enough during COVID, but I got back. Now I need to get back again. Okay. Yeah, once more problem. By the end, Vanguard only had 16 quick-firing 5.2-inch and 4 40mm Bofors AA guns. Well, you said bring her back. I'm going to bring her back in the condition with all her 40mm AA guns. The question was quite simple. What ship would I bring back to? What ship would I bring back to fight in the Falklands War? It would have been Vanguard, and with all the guns I could fit on her. Basically, as she originally commissioned. That's what I'd want her. So the point is, as I said, how long could they start a front, which is 4 years, and then add on the build and work, so it looks like 1930. It's probably 1928. Something starts to come out of the American yards. It'll come out a lot quicker from the American yards than the Japanese ones. Well, the thing is, theoretically you can get 2 town class, but let's be honest, are they going to keep 2 town class going? And I'm not sure that really adds up in my mind. Our Rolls-Royce engine sees that one's underway. Top speed 10 knots on leaking oil. We had to wait for the engineers to assess the engine before we could leave ashore again. But okay, if the overall tonnage was the same, would you rather have the Essex class or the Midway class? Midways. That's not even a question. Midways. Steve Clarke, is our Vanguard in the Falklands like the Anglo-Zanzibar War? Lasted 5 minutes. Not quite like that, but certainly would not be fun for anyone on the other receiving end of it. PNX, oh, apologies, I got the acronym wrong. The mid-Cold War, the CVA-01s, CVAs. Yeah, they'd have been useful. Okay, the question was it had CVEs in it. CVA-01 was very much a plausible plan and was pretty much just about... Let's put it this way, when they cancelled it, they were probably weeks away from cutting steel for it. Your own fitness in videos makes unfit me feel better. I'm glad it's helping someone. For me, it's going, no, I need to work on this. Vision, if inspired by a question direct study, if courageous English had not become carriers and survived Washington's non-capital ships, how useful would they have been in World War II? Well, they need to have had 15-inch gunned heavy cruisers. They'd have probably been running around the world hunting things like... Well, honestly, I could see them... Where would I have them deployed? Well, They'd be useful in escorting convoys. They'd probably be used in the Mediterranean. They'd probably be escorting things down the South Atlantic, because honestly, you'd want one of them down there hunting the Graf's Bay, because that would not be... The River Plate, the Battle of the River Plate. Hello, I have 6 11-inch guns. Hello, my name is Courageous. I have 4 15-inch guns. And by the way, these are my buddies, Exeter with 6 8-inch guns. Achilles and Ajax, each with 6 6-inch guns. With 8 6-inch guns. Welcome to Thunderdome. You may have you have 1 ticket, please. No, that's not good. Glad to hear it, Wayne. Thanks. If you... so they've been quite useful Model 2, basically. Pardon me. If you're in a British delegation to the Washington Naval Treaty, would you have done anything different to affect the negotiations? Probably. Probably I'd have stomped up and down a bit more. And... I'd have demanded... the things that I've wanted to do more would be a higher tonnage limitation on the ships, on the capital ships especially. And B... Sorry, something's just come in and suddenly I've got a blocked nose. I have no idea what it is. There's a weird smell and suddenly I sort of feel like I've got a blocked nose, so I'm going to blow it quickly. But I would have probably done something along the lines of... I'd have insisted the capital ship tonnage was greater. And I'd have probably pushed for a 10-7 arrangement to accommodate the Japanese. I'd have supported the Japanese on that one and pushed for more ships. Mainly, especially because I think you needed more ships. AFM, not Warspite. No, because as much as I love Warspite, Vanguard is the slightly better design. Vanguard didn't get her sensors updated that much during her career, so that doesn't really make much of a difference. Directions. How would Vanguard and Falcons affect the USN's recommissioning of the hours? Well, specifically, how would the US Congress use any info gleaned from that? They'd probably want one of them immediately because, you know, that would be status. And look at battleships just proved it was useful in a war. Aren't Vanguard's original one Type 960 other one radar, Type 29293 search radar, and Type 277 height finding radar completely outdated by the 80s? Yes and no. You're right, they're not exactly very modern, but if you consider it, they're not dealing with stealth aircraft, they're not dealing with having to do long-range air defense. What are they having to do? Provide air defense in those scenarios for the enclosed space of San Carlos Bay. And actually, those radars were actually, and let's be honest, there was a problem. The radars the Royal Navy had in the 1980s were designed to operate well in the North Atlantic. The open spaces of the North Atlantic. Not in the closed-up spaces of Falklands and of the littorals. Interesting enough, Vanguard's radars, because they were less advanced, would probably have done it better. Hello, Dagdom12. You went to your cousin's 60th birthday. The information I learned from videos was able to bore a doctor in history to the point of avoiding me. Cool! I'm glad to help you with that one. Ruin. Yes, occasionally I have read about things and then looked at them and gone, wow, I was expecting that to be bigger. Usually that's houses when I've looked at their plans and gone, when I go around this house I expect it to be this size. Do you know my favourite ammunition? In 1892, future King George V, commanding HMS Melampus, battled a pesky torpedo boat commanded by the future Captain Drury Lowe in Belfast Harbour, bombarding each other with jellyfish. Yeah. If it works. Stephen Richards, how instead of Vanguard? Still the same result if she went to the Falklands 82. Yep. That's true, Rochelle. Courageous and glorious would be pretty useful models as escorts, as they're huge and almost empty, so £2 or 40mm would be easily fitted for iron home swap. To an extent, but it's finding crew for them as well. Oh, I'm looking at naval history for kids. Possibly. Menwicks, realistically, could you continue the Anglo-Japanese alliance post-World War I? Short term, certainly. Medium to long term could have been an issue. Going around, Dad, just got here. I have to say I love the hat. Also, really enjoying a series on the 7 especially the post-tribals, the post-World War II parts. I'm glad you're enjoying that. As I said, I'm looking for the live next Friday. It's going to be fun. It is going to be fun. Oh, it is going to be fun. True, if you lost a shaft, you're in a lot of trouble, P Modern. Anyways, instead of Vanguard, what about which ships would you pull out of reserves that the UK did have in 82? Bulwark, Tigers, Tribals Act. I don't think there were Tribals were in reserve. Well, hang on, the Tribal frigates were in reserve. Tigers and Bulwark. If I could have got them, if I had the crew and they were in the state that they could be upgraded, they could be sent out. Tigers and Bulwark would definitely be some things I'd want to get out. Bulwark because I'd want to bring extra aircraft down and it'd be another flat top. And you could launch Harriers from it. It wouldn't be great for it, but I wouldn't be looking at it long term. But long enough while we're down there. And Tigers, well, that would solve my problem in San Carlos Bay. Iron Brew is a slimming aid. It doesn't take out much space when it goes down. That's right. I think adding missile boxes to Vanguard would require deletion of half of 5.25-inch guns. But that still gives you plenty of 40mm and 5.25-inch guns. Hi, Dan Freeman. Decdom, do you think the large size of the Union Navy in the American Civil War influenced later commanders of the Navy to push for a two-ocean Navy, or was it that the spur of development of the imperialist fervour? It was a bit of both, but it was also a case of if you have a two-ocean Navy, you have to build the infrastructure for both, but also, and this is the thing, you are, in America's case, they needed to secure both oceans because there was this pesky other nation which is a perennial bad guy in so many people's books on both sides, and that was, hello, we're the Royal Navy! And it's one of the arguments made for the two-ocean Navy is the fact that the Royal Navy, sorry, the turkey's tail went down, had visited several prominent ports on the United States west coast more often than the US Navy had. And it was a question, was America back under the protection of the British flag? And put in Congress. There's no real consensus of what system was most responsible for loss of aircraft in Falklands and St. Carlos water. What are the faults of the best system? Seacat, Seawolf, Sea Dart, 40mm, machine guns. Honestly, there weren't enough 40mm down there. Seawolf was rarely deployed in there. Seacat proved terrible. Sea Dart couldn't do in that inshore. And frankly, the most of the ships were actually had general-purpose machine guns manned and were firing them at anything that moved. I don't know what 40mm Bofors were used in the Falklands. Sorry, I meant 20mm. 20mm probably did quite well as well. There is a Bilge Pumps episode. It's just at the moment not coming out for some reason, so it and me and it are having an argument. I'm going to have a chat with my good friend Naval and go, can you send me the link? Send me the file again, because he recorded it, and I'm fairly sure that's episode 112. Not 113. Give me a second to check.
Oh, you're recording me.
Episode number? I think we can let that work. Whoops.
Right. So, this is episode... Goodness gracious me. How many episodes are we on?
Come on. After this many episodes, insert number of episodes here, we still haven't pre-prepared with the number.
We're 113. We're on episode...
What was episode 113? I might be able to fix it now myself. Sorry, I stored it in a different folder than I normally did, and the trouble is, some of the issues with the software I've had this week has seemed to lead to issues with, because I use that same software to fix it before I send it off to Simplecast, and that caused issues. So, yeah. Bud Guy, what was the most effective anti-submarine warfare weapon during World War II? Probably for number of kills, it's going to be the depth charges, but honestly, I'd say more likely, due to its time and service, etc., Hedgehog. No, we're not. John Sykes, we do not talk about sugar-free iron brew on this channel. We don't. Ben Weeks, how effective do you think would the Dido class be in post-war Falklands? Well, look at the navies which actually had them. They don't seem to have much fun with them because they're rather tight to try and develop. As I said before, tribals are cruiser-built destroyers. Didos are destroyer-built cruisers. In that they're so crammed with everything, you cannot add anything without taking stuff off. Which is one of the reasons why they end up losing guns and all sorts of things to add other weapons as war goes on. I was like, Skeet, you missed off the rapiers side above the hills, locked out quite a few. Yeah, the rapiers claim a lot more than they actually seem to have got. One of the interesting things about the rapiers is if they shot down as many aircraft as they claimed, they would have wiped out the entire Argentinian Air Force. At one point. So they claim they shot down X number of aircraft on that day, and they didn't. If they had, they would have shot down every single aircraft the Argentines sent. There is a lot of interesting discussions about the Falklands War and air defense to be had. Any Vanguard 1980s refit would give a close-in weapon system guns in place of the 40mm and she'd get 20mm Oricon Mark 7 autocans. Again, though, the question wasn't asked would a ship refit. It was asked which ship would you bring back. So you're adding things onto the question. I can see why you're doing that. If she had been kept small and realistic, that she would have been refitted. Probably refitted in the 1970s, not yet in 1982. If she's going to be done in the 1980s as well, if she's in reserve, it's probably done in 1985-6 sort of time. So she would be in her 1970s refit, not her 1980s refit. But that wasn't the question. And so that wasn't the answer. Steve Clarke, as in addition to the Washington Naval Treaty negotiation for the UK, how would amalgamation of tonnage totals work as a negotiating point? Would this not give individual navies options on what they build? No, it wouldn't work as a negotiating point. They'd absolutely despise you. And especially as the Washington Treaty only has totals for aircraft carriers and capital ships. It doesn't have totals for cruisers. This is the thing I try and make, the point I tried to make in the aircraft carrier video and a few other discussions. When people sort of turn around to me and go, it makes sense that the Lexington Saratoga have 8-inch guns because, you know, they might not have a cruiser with them to escort them, so it's better that they have the guns to defend against the cruiser. And I go, That makes sense under the London Treaty, under the first London Treaty. I can see that. Under the Washington Treaty, where there's no limit on the number of ships you can build another cruiser. And you can say that tonnage for other things. So it makes sense under the first London Treaty. It doesn't make sense under the second London Treaty. It doesn't make sense under the Washington Treaty. And arguably, as the Americans don't actually use it after Lexington and Saratoga and don't repeat it again, it probably didn't make much sense after the first London Treaty either. Much notes. What in God's name is on your hat? My best friend's Christmas present to me. Less than 10 milliseconds. You misspoke and call it 113. I might have done.
Oh, you're recording. Loading.
Showing here is that
Get any revenue. You don't get.
Have anything else much to do. And I think you're also putting on a huge number of.
No, I don't think this is.
Oh, you're recording me.
Episode
I think we
number?
can let that one. Whoops.
This is 113.
Oh, right. So, this is episode. Goodness gracious me.
Forget about it.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Russians try to do something very big over Christmas.
Yeah,
I
it's
wouldn't be
113. It is 113. I remember to misspeak, but this is episode 113 I found now. You were allowed, Wainsworth, you were allowed to replace any ships which were lost. Basically, if you lost a ship, you could replace it. Yeah, Rapier had gyro issues for the first 48 hours. Rapier had lots of issues. It's a good system. Once they get it working, it's a very useful system, but it takes a lot of effort to get it working. And there was the fact that sometimes they programmed in odd things because I remember one of the discussions with one of the air defense guys down in the fort. He was down there in the air defense. He said, "We got all these plots sent from home for where to put." I'll set up our sites of our rapiers because they'd program into a computer and worked out where the best place to be to put her coverage. And we'd set up our rapier positions. And then we looked and realised that we couldn't actually cover any of the ships and provide the ships with any protection because of the bay. And we realised they programmed it in to cover the depot and where we were taking the spice off the ships, but not the ships themselves in the water. And we realised immediately that was wrong. So then we started doing ad hoc stuff on our own down there, without the aid of the computer systems they had back home and all the things they had to plot it, to try and figure out where to and move the rapiers around. And that got complicated because some of the rapiers could move themselves, some of them couldn't, some of them had to be moved by helicopter, some of them had to be dragged and were actually dragged by engineers. Some of them were moved courtesy of locals with tractors. But it did cause fun, because they realised very quickly that the people who programmed it hadn't programmed it thinking about a naval campaign, had programmed it thinking about a land campaign, and completely ignored the sea part. That's really weird. The smell came in, my nose blocked up, and now it's gone and my nose is unblocked. Don't ask me what happened there. I'm asking you, if we hadn't lost the container carrier on the way down there would have been loads of Harriers for Cap. The Atlantic conveyor didn't go down with any Harriers aboard, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the Atlantic conveyor had no Harriers aboard her when she went down. She had 6 Western Wessexes, 3 Boeing Chinooks, and a Western Lynx. 1 Chinook and 1 Western Wessex were saved. She didn't have any Harriers aboard her when she went down. Bilge 113 was recorded. It was recorded. It was supposed to come out on Saturday. It didn't come on Saturday because Simplecast told me that it had corrupted. So now it's going to be redone. It's going to come out, and it'll probably come out on probably the Saturday before Christmas. Ben Weeks, if you're an Amblesy, would you still send 4C to Singapore? So what would 4C compose ideally? Well, ideally themselves, they wanted 4C to have a carrier. I myself wouldn't have sent it to Singapore, because Singapore, you're automatically trapping yourself in. I'd have basically focused everything on Trincomalee and Ceylon. And honestly, they're kind of put in their position they are, but if they'd been in Trincomalee and Ceylon, they would have had more of strategic options of where to deploy to. They could have gone to Singapore and up. They could have gone to Australia. They could have gone through the Straits of Saranga, gone up and north around that way and come from some other directions. There would have been more options for where Phillips could have come from. There's also quite the possibility that he could have brought more force concentrated on him. Because if he'd been deploying up to Singapore under those circumstances, he'd probably been calling for crews and everything to meet him up there. Which would have meant he'd have had a far more significant force gathered together. And there is always the point to me that I make to people is, you imagine a BDA command with Force Z at its core and probably a carrier also dispatched, considering how quickly the British do send the carriers out to the Indian Ocean. If they have the capital ships and they have a BDA command formed up combined on Phillips, with probably Phillips in charge of it, then you probably send out a carrier post-haste to go and support it. Okay, this might not mean, it might mean Victorious is not free to play HMS Robin at some USS Robin at some point, but we'll leave that to one side. The odds are that becomes quite a significant thorn in the Japanese side, and it could well change scenarios, because it could lead to there being a force which the US and the Allies combine together with in order to fight for a joint battle down in the Southeast Asia sort of area. It's a whole sort of different thing, because again, if you have the capital ships and you have a carrier and you have those cruisers form up together and destroyers etc. under an admiral who has a staff who can actually command and control it and has the facilities and experience to do so, then you have a far bigger threat for the Japanese to deal with. Hello, Nook. Anyway, is the Ferry Barracuda underrated or was it just that bad? When it first came into service, it was just that bad, but it did get better. There weren't any Harriers left on the Atlantic conveyor. They'd already been flown off. She carried number 18 Squadron RAF. She picked up so she carried 6... Oh no, there's the RAF Chinooks from RAF Squadron. She had 6 GR3s and 8 Sea Harriers. And all the Harriers were offloaded to the carriers on their arrival. The GR3s went to HMS Hermes. and 4 Sea Harriers went to Hermes and 4 to Invincible. That's what happened. They came from 809 Phoenix Squadron, the Sea Harriers. But they'd already gone. So the Harriers didn't go down on the Atlantic conveyor. It was helicopters they lost. And that was a big problem because the Royal Marines are still to this day very much dependent upon helicopter-based logistics. So you lose the Chinooks, you're snookered. Which is one of the reasons why everything in the Royal Navy is designed as, does it fit a Chinook on its flight deck? Why? Because keeping the Chinooks going for the Royal Marines is absolutely frigating essential. How do I say the piece of Amiens for the Royal Navy officers and the crews of how many officers never recovered? It wasn't massively devastating, but certainly a fair number of officers found themselves with a significantly shortened and less exciting and successful career than they'd have hoped. Nice, sorry for it. Am I right that even if Vanguard having finished in 1944 as planned, she would have had 40 Bofors? Yes. So, to quote the general in charge, Jeremy Orr, when he found out the helicopters went down on conveyor, so we'll have to walk then. To be fair, he got that one off. He got that one off Julian Thompson. Julian Thompson responded to it, and then Jeremy Moore, when he was asked later on by a journalist, said, "Well, we're going to have to walk then. What are you going to do? We'll have to go walk." As I understand it. Bennings, what would have happened if the Italians fought for the Allies after switching in 1943? They did fight for the Allies. Italian ships were taking part. The Italian troops were taking part. Were fighting for the side of the Allies. There were lots of Italian involvement. They were pretty darn useful. They would have if you had ended up having, if nuclear weapons hadn't been employed, hadn't been available, and they'd ended up actually having to send out large numbers of troops and ships to the Far East to fight the Japanese. I wouldn't be surprised if the Italians had ended up being brought along, because, seriously, they just thought they would need everything they could get. I'm not doing a live on Christmas Day. I'm not. I'm under strict orders that if I try and do a live on Christmas Day, I will lose limbs. I'm cooking Christmas lunch instead. But no, there is going to be HMCS Haida, and the Tribal Class Special. Basically, there's been software issues. The software I was using doesn't like the newer format. It started not liking, for some reason, HD video. I have no idea why. And it's also had issues with higher quality sound recordings, and I have no idea why. It used to always like it, but now it doesn't. And so I've had to go and buy the paid-for version, which will do them. I wonder why it stopped liking it. But, nah, them's the breaks. We're going to be live on the 23rd. We've got the Soviet cruisers on the 23rd. This week, you've got Long Beach on Monday, Kara class on Tuesday, Slava class Wednesday, HMS Warrior on Thursday, the Soviet Navy 1918 to 1991 on Friday, the Ottoman-Venetian War on Saturday, a recorded video, but I just thought you might enjoy that one. HMCS Haida on Christmas Day and the Tribal class. The Albany class on Boxing Day, that's the 26th of December. Lehe class on the 27th of December. Belknap class on the 28th of December. US nuclear powered cruisers on the Friday the 30th of December. And on the live on the Thursday the 29th, which is the only live that on then, the next live after Christmas, is 100 Years of Gun Cruisers. Then on the 31st, it's the Ticonderoga class. On Sunday the 1st, i.e. on New Year's Day, there's going to be Bruships, which is going to be Bruships from travelling, so it's going to be a questions Bruships. And then it's Insect class gunboats Arwa Sting on the 4th of January. 3rd of January, the recorded video, 100 Years of Gun Cruisers. 2nd of January, US Treaty Cruisers in War in Retrospect. And 6th of January, it's going to be Top 5 Inventions That Came Too Early from Cody. And then it's going to be the Battle of Cornell live on the 5th of January. And then it's going to be New Year's special Top 5 Inventions That Came Too Late to Be Useful. On the 7th of Saturday 7th, and then it's Bruships at 99. And then I go back to the regular schedule of one recorded video, well, 2 recorded videos a week, and 1 live and 1 Bruships a week. And as many 60-second shorts as I feel like doing. Because, honestly, as much as I love you all, and I do love doing this, doing a video a day kind of kills me for doing anything else. Because there's just only so many hours in a day. And once you've dealt with family time and normal work, it's videos, videos, and videos. And I want to start doing some more writing. I've got some books which need to be finished written up. Hello, Trent Delenko. Yes, I like the hat as well. Oh, so the modernisation plans on 20s were fun, but the Navy actually feared to do them even before London because the Navy feared Congress would block new construction if the Navy did the refits. Yeah, I can see them doing it. Good luck. IKEA bookshelves are fun. Benwicks, would the Royal Navy benefit from class of cruisers if they could afford it, and what would it look like? Type 45s on steroids would pretty much what they probably look like. And could they benefit from it? Yeah. It's a case of how many would they really need. I would argue you need 1 to be able to deploy in the Far East at all times. As the present ship, as the big ship in the Far East. You'd want 1 to be your 1 with each carrier battle group. So you need 1 for each carrier. And you probably want 1 more for going down the South Atlantic. So that's 4 needed operationally, usually 3. So overall you could probably make do with 7 to 8. And honestly you need about the same number of Type 45s. So you can have 2 Type 45s per carrier battle group guaranteed. So you probably want 8, and then... I'd argue I'd want 12 Type 26s and 12 Type 31s to do the 31s doing the 31 and 32 job. So that would be my ideal fleet for the Royal Navy really at the moment. Which would be 16 onto 24, which would be 40 escorts. Amazing. Just think, if the Atlantic conveyor had not been sunk, the yacht would have not become a common word for Generation British kids. Honestly, it probably still would have, because I think they were estimating those Chinooks could lift a far more than they did. I still think people would have needed to walk it. I just thought they'd have been able to move a lot more of their supplies. So that's the thing. It would have made logistics easier. It wouldn't have made the movement of the troops any easier. Enjoy your box experience, Stafford. That comes first, definitely. Enjoy it. Vision. Nations switch sides all the time. Many wars before World War II. They do usually. Dagon 12. How do you think the Italian Navy fared from learning lessons of the Second World War and applying them to modern Marine and Italian army? Honestly, they've done pretty well. The Italian Navy's pretty darn good. Mitchell Oates, yes, there are many things you can say about Long Beach CG9, but actually I quite like her as a concept. If she was supposed to be a test bed, and they were supposed to be doing a class of cruisers based on her afterwards. So think of her as a compromise to try and get the testing, all the stuff done, and think what kind of cruiser they could have built after if they'd built a decent cruiser based on her. It was awkward to an extent working with the Italians, but not that awkward. Basically, the British didn't bother about it much, frankly, and the Americans didn't have the legacy of fighting the Italians for as long as the British did. On average, it takes me about 3 or 4 attempts to get a short right in terms of I'm happy with the content, and then it depends on how much editing I'm going to do in the various bits of software. But I can usually crank it out in, I'd say, about 25 minutes, half an hour. That's Martin Skate. I stand corrected, Doctor. Loss of 4 nooks was a killer, though. No heavy lift and having to tab it with a house on your back. Not fun. No, having to do everything with just 1 Chinook was a frigating annoying. They lost 3 of the 4 Chinooks. And that's a nightmare. She was last ship built on actual cruiser hulls, which ain't Long Beach. Yes, she was, but she was actually one of the things is she's not built as heavy as she could have been. It's one of the interesting things if you look at Long Beach, and you go back to previous cruiser designs, they seem to have tried to take her from a light cruiser line, and I would have gone for a heavy cruiser line. Because yes, she comes from the light cruiser line with the 6-inch guns, and I think they should have based her off a heavy cruiser hull design, because especially when you've got 2 nuclear reactors in there, it would have made her more stable. Just remember, if the Allies hadn't invaded Japan, what would happen navy-wise? A huge amount of casualties, and the world's largest armada that was ever built and was ever be built would have to have been amassed. It would have involved everyone. You would have had the Soviet Navy, you would have had the Royal Navy, you would have had the Italian Navy, you would have had the American, US Navy, of course. But I'm fairly certain the Free Polish, the Free Dutch, the Dutch, the French, everyone that could send ships would have had to send ships. It would have had to be truly colossal. I think they'd probably even dragged along the Argentine Navy, the Brazilian Navy, and maybe even the Chilean Navy to have enough ships. Everything that could be sent would have been sent. Hi, Thomas Vanderbilt. Oh, actually, something I learned the other day. If you want to help a channel, and you want to see more videos from a channel, the trick is, apparently, when you get to the end of watching one video, or you watch another video, click on another of their videos. And then the algorithm learns it likes you. I have to admit, I am not thinking with 269, I think it's 731 subscribers to go. I have a feeling my auntie's going to win a bet again. Annoyingly enough. Ooh. Sorry. Got distracted. Checking out that. Dagdon 12. Multiple times during the 1950s, the USN pushed to create the DADN or DGN concept into reality. But each time, Admiral Rick Rover pushed back to only do carriers and submarine. Was it a good decision? There is a reason for it, and honestly, it's actually Rick Rover isn't just doing carriers and submarines. There are nuclear surface ships. It's just doing nuclear surface ships in things other than carriers is very, very difficult in terms of adding in that chain of design for reactors and working out how you're going to do it. And honestly, the US Navy, you really needed to go back to a sort of electric turbine, electric supply system. I think there was I think there was a design which had HMS Vanguard packing a lot more 40mm than she had, but I don't think it was ever a mixture of pom-poms and bofas from memory. In the case of war with the Japanese continuing, would the convoy system in the Atlantic continue? No, because honestly, the odds of the Japanese getting a submarine around the Atlantic to attack the convoys is not very high. Especially not if you're blocking them off, and you basically deploy things like the Flower class, etc., to protect the Red Sea and protect and deployed in the ocean to try as hunter-killer groups to stop submarines getting through the Atlantic. Then Richards, the Japanese had a second generation of battle tanks that were far better than US tanks to the tune of about 3,000, all dug into the mountains to defend from invasion. They really didn't. The Japanese really didn't have that great a tank force. They had a lot of good tanks, but they were not that great. And honestly, no. Dug in is basically a charitable way for describing them. They were not going to be mobile. Dr. Clarke, I'm having a vision from Trent like a version of Admiral King's head exploding from having to deal with 3 European and South American warships that joined into Operation Anvil. I think it would have been more fun watching. Well, let's be honest. There would have been a very big problem of who you put in charge of what. You would probably have ended up with 3 task forces. The Soviets would probably have wanted to command 1, because they'd be providing the troops for it, and so they'd want to put the admiral in charge of it. So you probably end up with an Admiral Kuznetsov, or maybe even an Admiral Gorshkov in charge of, probably actually would be Admiral Gorshkov, in charge of a flotilla heading for the north of Japan. The Americans would concentrate their forces on the ones coming into the east of Japan, and the British and Commonwealth forces would probably be coming from the south of Japan, so that would probably get a British admiral. There would be American ships and American commanders with all of them, but that sort of each force would be concentrated on around who would be providing the bulk of the personnel in terms of the ground forces, and it would just be colossal. And before people start going, well, the Soviets do have experience of amphibious warfare by this point. They have done a fair number of amphibious operations, and the reason I picked Gorshkov is because he'd done a lot of those amphibious operations in the Black Sea and in the Baltic and in various points in World War II. By going, didn't President John F. Kennedy order guns added to the US Long Beach after he built Vietnam? Also, I'm not going to answer these questions on Long Beach, Bud Guy 229, because there's a video on her coming out tomorrow. And if I answer all the questions now, all the cool stuff about her, there's going to be cool points in the video, won't be cool stuff in the video. It'll be stuff you already know. So I have to play a little coy here. Yes, sir. With hindsight, would the turbo-electric drive have made for good future-proofing then, as electrics would face the biggest need then and now? Yep. Sure, Mac, I haven't seen the rest of your point there. So, also you've got a full question somewhere and I've missed a bit. I'm hunting for the rest of it. I haven't seen it. Hi, Sean. I'm glad the turkey looks amazing. So no, I'm going to say Year of Cruiser was not really for me, but I don't know why, but I'm hyped for Year of Technology. I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah. Hopefully you'll be more hyped for the next years. I'm still deciding the exact one for 2024, but I'm thinking it might be... Well, I'm considering doing the Year of the Destroyer. Because I sort of done the Year of the Battleship. Sort of done that already. Sort of, that 2021 was a lot about battleships. There, I have looked into it. There is a lot about World War One and battleship development and dreadnoughts in 2021 and 2020. So 2024, I'm looking at Year of Destroyer, and 2025 is going to be the year of. Basically, I was going to call it the Year of the Theoretical. And look at all the concept of operations. Basically, it's going to be theory versus reality. So the theory of how ships were designed, the theory of how operations were planned, and the reality of those operations. But I'm still working out how I'm going to exactly do that. The big thing is about Soviet invasions. The Japanese, that Japan wouldn't be coming unless the Americans and British wanted them. They just didn't get enough shipping. No, they didn't. But the British and Americans would want them, because, as has been pointed out, the Japanese were very dug in. I'm not quite sure about how great their tanks were. I don't really think they were that good, having looked at them myself, unless there's a massive change in reality. But the thing, especially as they weren't going to be moving, so a dug-in tank is great for about 5 minutes until someone works out where it is, at which point they call in air power and blow it up. But leaving that to one side... I think I've left the Atlantas and Didos to an extent. I've left them both out of the Year of the Cruiser, because I can see those both coming in later on. There's something which I've got more penciled, not for next year but for the year after, because I see them as destroyer-built cruisers rather than cruisers. Aaron, great songs. How have orbital satellites changed naval warfare? To what degree do they make surface detection radars aboard ships moot? they're very useful as long as they're working and as long as they're in the right place. And even then, that's, are you getting the data from them? Do you rely? How much do you rely on that data if it's from an ally, etc., instead of your own? And also, and this is the important thing with them, are they still working? Because again, someone knocking those satellites out, yeah. Honestly, nice to everyone. I haven't heard of something called the Buster mount. That could be a name for many of the different mounts, because I think how many different mounts were there? I think there's something in the region of 40 different mounts designed and used by different powers. So one of them could be colloquially referred to as the Buster mount, but I've never heard about it being referred to as the Buster mount, so I can't really answer that question. Sorry to hear about your back, Melanie. Daggone 12. The Dikaronga class came out mostly because the USN did a look back to what just switched and decided that cost saving measures were far better and it would mean they could just build more of them en masse. Not really. Sure, I was just talking about the convoys in Atlantic if the war with Japan continued. Yeah, they wouldn't have needed much convoying in Japan, in the Atlantic. Yeah, no, but those tanks have so many issues. Let's see. I actually did look at this. Once we get out of the reality of War Thunder and the various things which do the hand wavium, the 75mm tank gun is one of the largest tank guns during World War II. However, there were a lot of delays in their construction. There were a lot of issues in their construction. They built roughly 166 of them. So I don't think that, in nicest way, 166 tanks is a great idea when you're when you consider the literal thousands of Shermans that are going to be turning up. But leaving that to one side, they were out of fuel. Eesh. Yeah. Look, honestly, then there's a Type 4, which was also one they were working on, wasn't there? And they only built 2 of those. Oh, good lord. Oh, the Chiha medium tank. Oof. Yeah, honestly, I know I'm getting slightly sidetracked by Japanese tanks here and just how bad their suspension is, and then their fuel economy and their general efficiency of performance and their ease of maintenance. And yeah, that does not seem like a good battle-winning plan to me. Alex, have you considered doing a Hot Topic story in live stream? My several friends have offered to help me with that, so if I want to, I might end up doing one. I know if I do one, I won't do it after. I will make sure I have cooked lunch or had pizza or something delivered. Again, how thick of arm plating could the Allies make both world wars, around both worlds? Probably as thick as they needed to. Mr. Sorrenti's end, taking advantage of, well, that's sort of, probably, I doubt they'd have made up to the 18 inches, but I think they could definitely make up to 16 inches without probably making thicker as well as they wanted to. Taking advantage of Dupol's region, how useful possible would a class of seaplane tenders of between 9,000 and 10,000 tons be? If I could rapidly convert them into proper aircraft carriers, that'd be very useful. And honestly, that would be my plan. If I had been the Royal Navy, I would have built seaplane tenders of about 9,000 tons, and I'd built a few dozen of them. And I'd have just had it so that they could be rapidly converted. So the funnel and trunking already went up, etc. some size. So I literally just had to cut off a superstructure which I stored parts in and things, and put it in the flight deck and just went, hello, it works now. Oh, it's also got a lift because it had a lift anyway. I'd have a deck edge lift actually. That's why I'd have a edge lift rather than an internal, rather than centerline lift. I'd have a deck edge lift because it would go down to the water level and would therefore I could bring the seaplanes on it, and I'd use that as my methodology of getting the seaplanes on. And also then it's quite easy to go, well, yeah, oh, that can get up to here, which is the second storage level for seaplanes. So I can store them in this bit, i.e. the main hangar, or I have this bit. And when I cut this bit off, it turns into a flight deck. And, oh, I can lift them up now. Sorry. Well, Discord beeping. One of my admins was messaging me to check something was okay on the Discord. Diddly-dee. I do keep my promises. When I say in a stream I will do the live stream with it is on, I do the live stream with it on. All satellites also how good as well. Yep. Daggone, not even were proven capable of dealing with. Shromak, the big thing about the Soviets is that they would bring a lot of experienced manpower. At this point, a lot of the best people in the US had served enough to not be required to fight in Japan. Yeah, the Americans were worried about that, plus they were looking at adjusting the rules. Shromak, I think I might need to rewrite the whole wiki page on the Railway Operating Division. Sounds sensible. Well, I think, well, the Bofors Buster was a twin-barrel Bofors universal stabilized tachymetric electric radar system. So, yeah, that sounds like something based on Hayesmeyer, etc. Or the Starg system in the British terms. The British wanted to use a 4-barrel Mark 14 20mm Oricon, but the kamikazes killed that idea. Sounds sensible enough, but also sounds sensible enough that it was killed. The British do tend to like the light guns for some reason. It's very interesting. I was under the impression they had 3,000 of them, though. My mistake. No, they had 144 to 166. And, yeah, it's a case of... they might have had 3,000 tanks overall. Very few of them were actually good tanks. No, not an Xmas Eve live. No, I'm doing one on the 23rd of December. That's going to be live. So it's going to be a Christmas Eve live. Rishi Smith, what were the Japanese rations ordered to? Did they have the equivalent to sea rations, or was it mostly rice? Seems to be very heavily rice-based, but they do have some interesting experiments going on with various ration systems. What do you think of the Bearcat fighter? It's cool. I like the Bearcat. Bearcat. It's a fun one. It's a fun and capable aircraft. Yeah, look, we keep working on the Type 83 paper. It's coming. It's coming. There is a lot of problems in the Pacific War and the memory of the tanks there. It just doesn't get as much coverage. Right, so I'm actually, if I'm going to talk about a book, I'm going to quickly, because I'm going to be serious for a second. Actually, no, I'm going to leave it on. Just to make sure my turkey is properly lined up. Because he should be properly lined up for us. Right then. So, Vikings. This is a oldie but a good one. Neil Oliver's BBC book, The History. That gentleman is somebody you recognise from TV. This was published, a few years ago, I think. First published 2012. This edition published 2013. And I got given it by a friend a couple of weeks ago. And went, I'm going to mention that in a live at some point once I manage to read it through. So it's a cool book. And I'll mention this in the close, and put it in the description notice so I have the timings of it. 02/22. Now, why am I bringing this book up? It's been a cool read. It's been pretty darn interesting. Here's one of the chapters. The little Swedish island of Faroe lies off the northern tip of Gotland. Like a raft that has slipped its moorings, even mainland Swedes tend to misinterpret the name Faroe, hearing it in their word far, meaning sheep. Hence, since O means island, they tend to assume the place is called the Island of Sheep. And given the number of sheep there, it is an easy mistake to make. On Faroe, however, there is a distinct dialect of the Swedish tongue, called Modern Guntish, which has been spoken in some of the islands since at least the medieval period. Modern Guntish is derived, as might be expected, from Old Guntish, another branch of the Old Norse language. For Guntish speakers on Faroe, and they are few and far between now, among the present total population of fewer than 600 souls, the word for sheep is lamb. L-A-M-M. On Faroe, far has connotations of distance travelled, the journey, and so the name is better understood as either the traveller's island, or even more precisely, the island that must be travelled to. Since it lies marooned off the coast of an island, off the coast of Sweden, it seems like a suitable name. Much larger island of Gotland is famous for, among other things, the 380 or so Bronze Age ship settings dotted around its coastline. The sea level has lowered during the past 4,000 years, and some of the monuments, having once commanded views out over the Baltic, are now strangely landlocked. A visit to the largest of them, at Ansverv, south of Visby, involves walking into the middle of a modern forest. But while ship settings are commonplace in the island, rock art from the period is not. Carvings of ships, people and animals, weapons and lures and more, existing in their thousands in several parts of mainland Scandinavia, are all but absent on Gotland. Local archaeologist Joachim Wetland offered to show me the best of them, but explained it would involve making a crossing to Faro. A pair of open-decked car ferries shuttle back and forth across the Faroe Strait. The crossing takes just a few minutes, but the distance is made more somehow by the flatness of the island as you approach it. Nothing seems to rise above the height of the conifer trees fringing the shore, so that Faroe appears as no more than a thick line in the horizon. The reclusive Swedish filmmaker Ingmar Bergman made the island his home, as well as the setting of several of his films, and since his death in 2007 his grave has become a place of pilgrimage for thousands. Apparently there's something about the quality of the light here that caught his eye, and that and the silence. There are no shops or banks on Faroe, no policeman and no doctor. One island, who outlived Bergman, an elderly farmer, had never bothered to visit mainland Sweden. Poor Bergen lived alone in the house his great-grandfather was born in, with neither electricity nor running water. Faroe is that sort of place. For want of any other guardians, the coastline is watched over, here and there by rock formations carved out by the Ice Age. Called rocks, they are actually small sea stacks, and they cluster at points along the shore like companies of fossilized sentinels. We made our way along one of the few roads of the island, until Joachim spotted a barely discernible track heading off to the right into the mostly featureless moorland that spread out on either side. It was no more than a pair of ruts left by some other vehicle, and we crawled along it at walking pace for a few hundred yards before coming to a halt in a location safely described as the middle of nowhere. It was a late afternoon in March, and the sun was already low in the sky as we got out over our 4x4. Joachim gestured towards a frozen pond in the near distance. "I'm worried," he said. "That's frozen floodwater, and it's lying exactly where the rock art is." He explained the site had only been known about since 1987. An artist out looking for inspiration had stumbled instead upon the work of another. In fact, the tableau of artworks we had come to search for had almost certainly been the work of many ancient artists, created over many years. Faroe, in the Bronze Age, a heyday of rock carving, would have been even smaller and more remote. Little more than 40 square miles of low-lying dry land today. The higher sea level then would have ensured it amounted to no more than a fraction of that total 4,000 years ago. Joachim said the spot we were making for now well inland, would once have been within clear sight of the sea. A watery location that made sense of at least some of the subjects favoured by the artist. As a result of the wider crossing from Gotland, Faroe in those days would have been more than lived up to its name as the island that must be travelled to. Whoever was making the pilgrimage to this point during the Bronze Age was enthralled to a powerful gravity. "This would have been a perfect place to meet to discuss important things," said Joachim. "It required effort and some skill just to get here. People gathering for a meeting would know they had to come to a special location someplace far away. It was cold, with our shadows lengthening by the minute in the lowering sunlight, but the calming silence focused our minds on the job in hand. We walked around the edge of the ice, with Joachim slowly shaking his head. He gestured at a point a few feet out beyond the dry ground beneath the ice sheet. "I'm worried," he said again. "It should be right there." The crust of ice sat on top, just a few inches of water, and it seemed worthwhile to risk creeping out just a little to improve our chances of glimpsing anything lying beneath. Despite the unpromising circumstances, I had been feeling strangely optimistic ever since we got out of the car. And with good reason, it turned out. The ice was as transparent as polished window glass, and all at once I spotted the unmistakable outline of a long ship etched into a patch of bedrock, just 4 feet in front of us. "There, I see it," I shouted. "Right there." Joachim looked where I was pointing and grinned, almost displeasing. "Amazing," he said. "It's perfect." It was perfect. Somehow the ice seemed to affect the low sunlight, sharpening its rays so the carving appeared in stark relief. It all but shone. "It's actually easier to see like that," said Joachim. "It's clearer through the ice than when I've seen it before." It's a good book on the Vikings. If you want an introduction to them, it's a very good introductory book to the Vikings. And that's the next book. I'll stick that there. Richard, it says the Mitsubishi produced 3,000 Japanese tanks and there were 6,800 produced overall on Wikipedia. Yes, but those were by no means all the good tanks. The most common tank, I'm fairly sure, is the Chunai one. Oh, I forgot to put out the message tonight. Oh, the fact that we're live. Ooch. I'll do it now, quickly, because I'm just being told off.
Japanese tanks. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, on the tanks. Yeah, they're all small production runs. The Type 98 had 100 produced. The Type 97, which is the fewer one. Yeah, that's the Chi-Ha medium tank. 3,000 produced. Including Sarah's produced. Yeah, but the trouble is the Chi-Ha. Most of those produced ones were the lighter ones without the 75, weren't they? Yeah. They built 1,000. Basically, they're mostly Chi-Ha medium tanks, which are armed with the 57mm gun or the 47mm gun. They're not armed with the 75mm gun. So you're mostly dealing with the small ones with the smaller guns. Ingenious Iron, why do you think Turkey is the only nation putting significant advertising behind their prototype electric uncrewed attack helicopter technology? Because the Turks need to market it. Let's put it this way. If you're Boeing, do you need to market your capabilities to produce an attack helicopter? No. You've got one sitting in almost every country just going, hello. Who else is there really? You know, there is the French, but and let's be honest, the Eurocopter is mostly bought by European nations who are going to buy the next generation anyway, because it's part of the European project and they are supporting it, and it's what they work together towards, and they all share investment costs in it for that way. So again, they don't need to do marketing because they've basically got sure sales. The Boeing, well, let's see. That's used by the US Army, the Israeli Air Force, the Egyptian Air Force, the Royal Netherlands Air Force, and of course there's a variant built by the British for the British Army. Again, do they really need to advertise? No. The Turkish need to advertise because they want to sell it to people who haven't currently got it or who might pick it up. So that's why they're doing the advertising. Don't know. Swedes on Faroe Island makes. Yeah, I'm. The pronunciations are terrible. Take care, Megastro. Good luck. So if Ark rolls around in 82 with Buccaneers and Phantoms, which would be useful in the Falklands. Very useful, but the Phantoms would be great. The Buccaneers would be very useful, but they're not the most useful thing of all. Most useful thing is the ugliest aircraft on it, the Gannet. Airborne early warning radar. That would have been the Gannets up, along with the Phantoms, would have caused real trouble for anyone trying to get to the Falkland Islands. Is it accurate to say 16 5.25 inches, 48 40mm pom-pom area, 420mm UP? It's a start. Okay, you can. Let's put it. You have to be practical to an extent with ships, okay? You can go, well, we have some deck space, we want to put more guns there. Okay, so you put more gun on there. The gun on deck space, that's fine. Where are you going to put the crew? How many crew have you got? Where do they need to go? Where do they need to be? You need to have food for them. You need to have water for them. You need to have some place for them to sleep. They need the ammunition for the gun, because there's no point having a gun if you're going to run out of ammunition every 5 minutes. Because what are you going to do? Have the ship going along and constantly be followed by another ship, merchant vessel, crammed full of ammunition? Well, then you're going to have that festooned with things to defend it as well. And so it's a balancing act. So yeah. That sounds fine for 1941. I'm not sure about the 20-barrel UP unrotated projectile rocket launchers, but we'll leave that to one side. They're interesting. They are interesting. Right. And there is a reason, by the way, if anyone's just logged in, why we are talking about Japanese. It's because at a certain point I'm going to be talking about this book. The Battle of Okinawa. But, and I say this kindly, just checking why my mother is messaging me. No, that's okay. I am going to get a drink. Okay, just because I always fact check some things which I read sometimes. Well, the Japanese probably would have sent an I-400 to transport the tanker, to transport a tank, but no, I think no, the Japanese tank did not fight did not fight the Russians. The Japanese Tiger was sent to Bordeaux, but when D-Day happened and the Allies invaded Normandy and Jody was on the spot, they High Command leased the Japanese Tiger from or requisition it from the Japanese, sent it to field forces where it was lost somewhere on the Western Front. It wasn't fighting the Russians, it was fighting the Allies. Well, not fighting Russian, fighting the the British and Americans somewhere. That makes more sense. I was going, why would it be on the Eastern Front? But we can all say thank Lord for the Japanese for not getting the Tiger tank, because that would have been the worst thing they could have had. Were the Japanese like the Germans? I.e., did they count half-tracks as tanks? No. A swordfish to wear on my head. It's better than it could be. Right, so Okinawa. Let's put this in as a thing. Let's sort out this. So that's at 202. Da-da, 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 da-da. Now, Greham has done a good work here, and I enjoyed it. It's a good introduction to the Battle of Okinawa, and it's the official Admiralty account of Operation Iceberg. So, it's the Admiralty account, right? So it's what the Royal Navy is putting together, and he's edited it and sort of brought it into something which you can actually read in a book form. So it's as close to primary source material as you can get without going to actually see the actual primary source. And it's pretty darn cool. In this plan, the southern half of Okinawa, Shima Vis, that part south of the general line from Shiraki in the south part of Nagawan to Shimu on the heights above Shimazaki, including the small islands off the east coast, was selected as the objective of the first assault. The plan was designed to isolate the southern half of the island by seizing the Ishikawa Isthmus in order to prevent enemy reinforcements from the north. Simultaneously, the assault forces were to seize and occupy a general east-west line from Kubai-Sakai at the head of Nakagakasuku 1 in order to prevent enemy reinforcement from the south. After the capture of the northern half of Okinawa, the attack was to be continued in order to capture and occupy the remainder of the island. Early, important objectives were Yontan and Kantena fields, which were required in order to provide operating facilities for shore-based aircraft, and the Kashin Hantu Peninsula on the northern side of Nakakasuku 1 to assist in securing the latter as a naval anchorage and unloading port.
Other important objectives were Mashinato and Yonobara airfields to provide fields for additional land-based aircraft and control the air in this, the first combined operation undertaken within staging distance of fighter aircraft from Japan, and the port of Naha to expedite the unloading of base development equipment. Preferred plan called for simultaneous landings on the beaches north and south of Hagushi by the 10th Army, with 2 corps abreast, each corps landing on a 2-division front. The 24th Corps with the Southern Attack Force, Task Force 55, on the right flank. The 3rd Amphibious Corps with the Northern Attack Force, Task Force 53, on the left. The alternative plan called for the main landings to be made on the eastern and southern beaches of Okinawa Shima, along with 4 divisions abreast. At 0600 hours on the 1st April, 2 hours and a half before the scheduled landing, the Commander Joint Expeditionary Force, CTF 51, Vice Admiral R.K. Tomner, took command of Task Force 52 Amphibious Support Force, and Rear Admiral W.H.P. Blandley assumed command of Task Force 51.19, the Eastern Fire Support Group. It is an interesting book to read. What will I note about it that I think you want to know? It's not really, I would call, a picture-heavy book. Has a few interesting plans and plots, but it's more of a fact book, and it is a lot of reading. But it's, if you're interested in Battle of Okinawa, it's a good from that time retelling of the account. It's a good book. It is. Japanese Tiger. I can imagine the poor logistical nightmare for the poor Mitsubishi in building them. Honestly, I have a feeling Mitsubishi would have looked at the Tiger and gone, "Oh, you must be kidding me." Honestly, I don't think Tigers would have been any help to the Japanese. Honestly, the vehicle the Japanese probably needed, this is going to sound really absurd, but there is a reason why Japanese tanks end up sounding like the American and British light tanks, rather light medium tanks, light tanks, i.e. the Chaffee, etc., than they do after the heavier tanks, because of the roads and facilities in Japan. It would have ground down the Allies as well. This is something the Allies were worried about once they got in there. Their manoeuvre forces would have had a lot of trouble manoeuvring around Japan, because there aren't really the things to manoeuvre around on. The name of the book was Okinawa, the Last Naval Battle of World War II. The official Admiralty account of Operation Iceberg. There's a bit on radar, etc. in here, but you must remember it's the staff report, so it's got all the information about the operations, but it's got little bits of detail that more likely point you to places. How many ships were in that fleet off Okinawa? If we go to the back, I'm sure there was a ship list in here somewhere. And I'm presuming it's at the back. Oh. There's the organisation of Task Force 54. And here we go. Organisation of carrier forces to the British on 1st May. Task Force 58. Under Vice Admiral M.A. Mitcher, flagship Bunker Hill. Rear Admiral J.J. Clarke, in charge of Task Group 58.1. Rear Admiral F.C. Sherman, in charge of Task Group 58.3. Rear Admiral Radford, in charge of Task Group 58.4. Task Force 57, under Vice Admiral Sir H. Bernard Rawlings. 1st Battle Squadron, under with King George V, flag of Commander Task Force. And Howe. 1st Carrier Squadron, flag of 2nd in Command of Task Force 57.
which of course we all know was the wonderful Vian, and which had Indomitable, Victorious, Formidable, and Indefatigable with them, plus 4th Cruiser Squadron, Swiftsure, Uganda, Gambia, Euryalus, and Black Prince, 25th Destroyer Flotilla of Grenville, Ursa, Undine, Urania, Urchin, and Undaunted. Urchin's feeling rage by this point. 4th Destroyer Flotilla, Quillam and Cubron, Queenborough, Quick Match, and Quality, and the 27th Destroyer Flotilla of Kemmerfelt, Whirlwind, and Wessex. Task Force 54, Gunfire and Covering Forces. They were under the command of Rear Admiral Cornick, Battleship Division, Idaho, and New Mexico, and Tennessee, and West Virginia, and Colorado, and Maryland. Right Flank Forces under Rear Admiral Rogers. Birmingham, Mobile, Biloxi, Barton, Lafay, Porter, Callahan, Irwin, Preston, Longshore, Hall, Twiggs, Hutchins, and Benyon. Left Flank Forces, San Francisco, Minneapolis, Tuscaloosa, Portland. Leary, Edwards, Anthony, Beale, Wandsworth, Porter, Badger, Rooks, and Zellers. You have your ships. Hello, Animal 16365. You should find the books listed in the description down below. I'm not surprised at what those tankettes pulled off in China for 10 years, but the Chinese forces didn't have many tanks. Didn't have many armoured vehicles, didn't have many heavy weapons at all. Those tankettes there again, though, when they fought the Soviet Union in 1939, got smashed to pieces. What's often forgotten, in 1939, the Japanese and the Soviets are actually fighting, and the reason the Soviets don't invade Poland when the Germans do is they're waiting for the war with the Japanese to be over, and then they're going to invade Poland. And they're beating up the Japanese. And those crack divisions, that the Siberian forces that get deployed later in World War II, those divisions honed their skill fighting the Japanese. That's why they're considered crack divisions, because they'd won a war already against the Japanese and had been were carefully trained and experienced in winter warfare and fighting. If Vanguard in 1980s were getting her one Type 960 radar, one Type 9293 radar, and one Type 277 radar replaced, what would be the used? Let's see. It's 1980, so... Okay, so the odds are... she wouldn't replace her 274 because that's the 15-inch fire control radar. She wouldn't replace 275 because that's the 5-inch radar. But if she's replacing the Type 960, 293, and 277. She probably gets armed with Type 909 radar for illumination, for anti-aircraft illumination, and yeah. Honestly, she probably gets the same radar fit, well, as much as they can radar fit off the Type 82s. So... Yeah, it probably gets the same refit as the Type 82. Because the thing is, they're already building that set, so that's what would be so they'd have that as available, and that would make a sensible upgrade. How they would fit it onto her is an interesting question, but it is quite possible. So you probably are looking at. Yeah. Probably a Type 102 system, 1022 system, combined with a Type 909. Or maybe a Type 996. Type 996 probably, actually. Probably a 102, 996, and 909s will be what you don't fit in with. Because that's sort of the Bristol Bristol Type 42, Type 82, Type 42 mix of firepower. Radars is probably what you get, but it would require some work to fit them. Hang on, here's another issue. We keep talking about how the US and allies would have been swamped by Japanese tanks, but we keep forgetting how we are talking about infantry units with recoilless rifles and M8s. And honestly, the Americans and British and the Russians would probably have done the same thing. Artillery airstrikes, artillery airstrikes. Every time you see a vehicle looks dug in. Nicest way, infantry, their whole thing is they can move forward a lot more quiet than vehicles. They will see those dug-in tanks a long time before the dug-in tanks probably spot them, and they'll call in fire support. That Okinawa book has a January 15th, 2023 US publishing date on Amazon. I'm sorry about that. I got sent it to review, so I like it. It's a good book. I forgot to tell you what vehicle the Japanese needed. The Japanese needed, well, because of the thing with the light vehicles, etc., because they need light tanks, etc., to get round their area. Honestly, you do sit there and look at the Matildas, especially ones which the Australians were using, and go an up-gun Matilda would probably have been quite good, because it would have fitted. And they could take a lot of armour for the offensive. And still keep moving on not much fuel. But pretty much the Japanese are in a lot of trouble. They do not, and also you have to remember a lot of the Japanese industry is on the coastline. They don't have much of an innards for industry. They really didn't. Drake coined a term for Japan 1946 scenario, roving battleship death squads. Probably by the time, yes, but that's the Japanese are going to take a lot of things with them. I honestly agree with the Americans' own assessment, which was that they didn't think they would have many of their aircraft, their carriers would still be serviceable that long into a battle against Japan. They didn't think they had sunk. They thought they'd just not be serviceable because they thought they'd take out their flight decks. Because that's the trouble with wooden flight deck. It's one of the things is kamikaze. Okay, yes, you might sink the air carrier. That's true. If you've not got enough kamikaze aircraft coming, you might well sink the carrier. But it takes a lot of hits to sink a carrier, usually. It doesn't take as many hits to disable the flight deck to the point at which it has to go back to be repaired. And go back home to be fixed. And that was basically their thing. They thought by 3 days left, the only ones with aircraft carriers anywhere near Japan would be the Royal Navy. Because the Royal Navy had... Their flight decks were their strength deck, which had steel and armour on them. And the any midways which had happened to be in service by the time they did an invasion. And it wasn't because the British tanks were innately superior or anything like that. This was the Americans' own investment. They're basically going, right, the kamikaze is not really an efficient thing to kill ship and the carriers because of the size and the likelihood of getting multiple hits. But you get one hit, you're going to disable the flight deck on this carrier. You get one hit on a British one, and you're not likely to disable it unless you're very, very lucky and manage to punch through one of the couple of spots. Mr. Serenity, I remember right, the reason they built light tanks because they worry about traversing their mountain range. Exactly. I think the space would be a premium on Vanguard, would it not? Not really. There's a lot of space, and you could put those radars in. But, Seymour Richards, how about a couple of your favourite ships in Vulcan's War, the Darings? How would they fare? Name your favourite ships to take. Oh, I'd take Daring, Diamond, and Diana, if I could. And, could be Daring, Diamond, and Decoy. Tempting. It's not a good scenario for anyone to really sort of... Again, they've got a lot of 40mm firepower. They've got their 4.5-inch guns, which will be very useful for support of troops ashore and anti-aircraft fire. Yeah, they don't have missiles, but they would still be very useful ships. And they could probably be used as command ships as well in a pinch. Because they got space for the crew, space for the flag crews. So you probably again find them sitting in San Carlos Bay and wandering around. You might well have found one sitting with, I don't know, the vessels which were going forward, doing the supply runs, the various LSLs, Sir Galahad and Sir Bedivere, etc. But no, it's Tristan. But yeah, that would have had an impact. Having them down there would have been useful. They would have been a lot of extra firepower. It's one of those things. The thing is, again, they are from the Royal Navy when it's built with a far more general purpose nature. And one of the problems with the Cold War, when it had gone on for as enough time, by about 20 years, the Royal Navy ships, due to cost saving and various other things, have been pared down so much to fight on the single idea of fighting in this scenario, that adjusting them to fight in another scenario was very, very difficult. Just on, there's an old joke of encountering an unknown unit. Shoot once in the air. Quick, accurate rifle fire. Brits. Machine gun. German. 5 minutes nothing, and then artillery barrage. American. It's accurate. Thank you, Bijan. Richards, the kamikaze strikes failed in my opinion because they were never deployed en masse. The motto was one plane, one ship, and they squaded overwhelming force, attacking one at a time. No, they often did send them en masse, but the trouble is that's what got through. You have to remember, the kamikaze force, they're not deploying them and going, oh, one's hit, one at a time. No, they're deploying en masse, but then they run into the big blue blanket. First of all, they have to find the American ships. Then they have to get through the outer wall of air defense fighters, of which there are literally hundreds of the things. The skies are teeming with them. By this point, carriers are carrying fewer and fewer strike aircraft, i.e. Avengers, etc., and those sort of things. They're loading more and more fighters, Wildcats, Hellcats, Corsairs, everything they can get their hands on is being loaded onto them. And they're just filling the sky with as many aircraft and friendly aircraft as they physically can. So you have to gut through those, and then you have the 5.25 inch, then you have the 5 inch. And remember what I've told you about naval air defences. What you're doing is trying to break them up. So your fighters are trying to break up, shoot down possibly, but break up, especially break up squadrons and wings coming into flights. Then your heavy AA is breaking up those flights into single aircraft. And then if they're carrying on, that's when your 40mm, etc. is engaging, is trying to shoot down. And they'll be losing aircraft all that time in attrition, but that's why you end up with single aircraft coming through and attacking, because the system works. It's phases and phases of breaking up those attacks, so eventually you end faced with just a single aircraft. Take care, John Sykes. Sharon, I would expect in Japan, the SAS and SP would have been very useful to invade Japan. Not really. The SAS and SBS, well, the SBS at this time would have been kind of useful. The SAS it's not really their territory. They had commandos that had gone out there to the Far East and started training, but the SBS had been in Mediterranean and Europe at this point. They're not the SBS of today, and the SAS certainly weren't. The SBS had been wandering all around sort of Northern Europe, etc. They would have to be completely retrained to go out there. Chindits and those sort of things would have been, but it's not the SAS or SBS as we would see them, and sort of it would have been other groups would have been used. After World War II, those forces became catch-alls for a lot of other forces. Colin Cameron, if the invasion of Japan had gone ahead and the US assessment was correct, would experience seen a Malta's redesigned with an armoured flight deck rather than the hangar floor? Probably. It would certainly have seen them built. Because it would have been very difficult with the hulls, Stafford Thompson, to convert the fighting Essex carriers for them to amphibious ships. 5s, 2, 7, quintuple 5. Very enjoying 5 at the moment. If you were the approver of ship classes, would you approve an Atlanta class or built on a Brooklyn class hull with 6-inch dual-purpose guns? Could certainly be interesting. If the 6-inch dual purpose worked, it could be interesting. I would approve a couple of them. I'd build 3 or 4, test it out, and then do mass procurement if they made sense. The attack that took out the Franklin, if I remember correctly, was a single bomber slipped through and basically pretended to be an American aircraft until it was close enough, and then attacked. And followed the flight plan as if it was an American aircraft coming into land. Dragon is a cool name. Animal 1636, sorry. During World War II, was it common for USN and RN supply ships to supply the other ships with food and fuel? Yes. Especially when you're operating at sea further away. It's going to sound strange. It's common, but it's also... People then go, well, the British don't do it in the Mediterranean. They're not at sea long enough in the Mediterranean often to do it so. They have enough supplies for the days they're out there. They have enough supplies for it. Sometimes they run perilously short of ammunition. They often do that. And have to run back quickly to get resupplied with ammunition. But they're usually not stretching their food and fuel supplies in the Mediterranean. In the North Atlantic, again, it depends what you're doing. But it's once you're in the Indian Ocean, yes, they're doing those resupplies, and the Far East they'll do those resupplies. Yes, it is common. Well, see, if you look at the self-defense forces, a lot of wheeled armored vehicles, some tanks for the flat bits, and bags of anti-aircraft AA and missiles as a lot of islands and Twitchy. Honestly, I often point out that if you look at the other very mountainous country, which has to have a lot of light roads and a lot of rapid movement around it, Italy, you will find they make a lot of the same decisions as the Japanese in terms of their force structure. A lot of very similar decisions. The Corsair was an effective strike aircraft when it wanted to be, but honestly, it preferred to be a fighter. The escort vessels serving as radar pickers for an additional level of air defense of Okinawa. Yes, they were. Coordinating the fighters and all the other things. And the bots have hit. Let me just deal with the bots. Right hand, da-da-da. Mr. Roniand, the Akitsuba, was the idea of amphibious assault ship in World War II a good idea? It's a nice way to start off, and it does make sense. It's a solution to solving the problems you're dealing with. Actually, what is the more portable air wing? The multi-class would more portable air wing the multi-class would use. What I heard the Fairy Spearfish was too late and obsolete. Oh, it would have been whatever was available when it was first launched. Honestly, it depends. It's whatever's available. What it uses later is an interesting one. It probably has the similar jets as the other ships had later. But what it uses after World War I is going to reflect what most of the ships were using after World War II, which was whatever was available. And World War II, of course. So, in 1945, if they'd been deployed in 1945-46, because the war had continued in Japan, they'd have been using whatever was available. Martskeek, what are you talking about, Martin? You just said... And then you've got... Then you're talking about... Look, if the Argies had got Belgrano or a sub into the bay, it would have been carnage. The carriers weren't ever in San Carlos Bay. The carriers never came near it. They were kept well away because they didn't need to be. That's where the amphibious task group was. The carrier battle group was out at sea. And they were always moving out and always keeping out at sea. That's part of their job. They don't need to. The idea... there is some perception in press that the carrier group needs to be joined up with the battle amphibious task group to do their job. They don't. They're providing fighter coverage and support, and from out to sea. So they don't need to be there for that. And the carrier battle and the things that are going backwards and forwards during the day and night are the merchant ships, etc., which are coming in, which are empty, are going out to the carrier battle group to stage from there, and then they meet up with their convoys going off to wherever they go, and the groups which are ships which are coming in to offload. Now, Belgrano getting into San Carlos Bay is probably not going to happen. There is a good reason I can say this one, because in the nicest way, at that point, she's going to have run into a lot of missiles and a lot of guns, and it would be close quarter. Actually, she wouldn't be able to hit them with her gunfire because of the way targeting would work for her, but they could hit her with their gunfire because they have helicopters to support them. She doesn't necessarily have the helicopters to support them and the various land base, so it would have been problematic for her to get into San Carlos Bay. As for a submarine, the Argentinian SSKs aren't really moving around much, especially after the one is lost in South Georgia. However, again, sitting at the entrance to San Carlos Bay, the Royal Navy has a lot of frigates in there, and with their anti-submarine warfare, their sonars going. And the sonars do work well. The radars don't work well in shore, but the sonars are still working very well. So that's unlikely. But the carriers do not go anywhere near San Carlos Bay. They are never brought anywhere near San Carlos Bay. It would be an absolute nightmare and an absurdity to bring your aircraft carriers there, because it can't operate in there. It needs to keep moving. It needs to keep air over the deck. You wouldn't bring it in even if you wanted to, even if you were a moron. And none of the naval commanders down in the Falklands were morons. Literally because the British had learnt, even in World War II, for Paul Vian had learnt and suffered ever since in his reputation as a carrier commander, because to support Salerno, he'd had to keep the escort carriers running up in such a narrow box because of the mines and the fear of the Italians, that it was very, very damaging an aircraft. So actually, the carriers were basically doing a figure of 8, almost, off in the distance, about 100 miles or so out. Because they didn't need to be any closer, because the Sea Harrier just went, we're here. Bud Gaten, do you see much change in the post-war if the Allies did have to invade Japan? I see Japan being divided like Germany is. I see that happening. And it becomes more complicated. I also see at that point it far harder for the British to have the 1996 East of Suez position, because they'll be tied into being East of Suez as part of the force in Japan, offsetting the Soviet force in Japan, and part of that sort of like they're in Germany, etc. So it would change the world. What exactly would happen, I have no idea, because it would just change the world enough that there would be many different decisions made. An IFF, you have to remember, it was still spotty in World War II. It wasn't always working. Seneca, you keep timing out 69 Mega, which is this thing which is trying to advertise here. Click it on the free buttons instead of timeout, report it and block it. That stops it coming back permanently. Timing it out for 300 seconds just keeps it away for 300 seconds. You should be able to do that. Thank you. Take care, Richards. No, you're not going. You appreciate the conversation. It's a pleasure to chat, but it's a case of It's what actually happens is an interesting one. I work with enough Falkland veterans and talk with enough one from both sides that I've had some interesting conversations over time of what exactly would have likely gone on there. And the Argentine Navy is by no means happy with their performance. Let's go front. So, given the Malta class had to have twin islands due to the expansion joint when the Malta would a conversion similar to the Midways, would the RN have stuck with have to stick with twin island? That's an interesting debate, honestly. That is an interesting debate over the Malta class and what they would have looked like. They are, as presently designed, twin island configurations. I think, knowing the British, they would eventually combine into one large island without the break. I think that's how they'd have worked it. And yeah, especially on the final conversion. It would have been interesting to see. Multi-class aircraft capacity, it all depends on what size aircraft you're talking about. Again, they're talking 80 to 108 aircraft, but that's 80 to 108 aircraft at the end of World War II. You don't see bots in Top Chat. Ah. Yeah. HMS Upholder, 0 morons aboard. Yes, she was also down there at one point. Making sure people wouldn't get too close to where they weren't wanted to be. Basically, Upholder took took various positions. Let's see, she was... Hang on. No, she wasn't... Not that Upholder, no. It wasn't Upholder that was down there, it was one of the O class, wasn't it? There was an O class boat down in the Falkland Islands at one point, which was basically just around the Falkland Islands going, anything tries to make it to the Falkland Islands, it's going to have to get through me. But Upholder in World War II, the U class vessel, was very, very good. Too many submarine videos going around my brain at the moment. I'm going to have to do a year of the submarine at some point, but I really am not looking forward to it from the point of view of most pictures of submarines are just, this is a seascape. There is a submarine in here somewhere, but it's below water and you can't see it. Or, this is a submarine above water. Okay. Doesn't really tell me much. Don't worry, Seneca. I knew you'll get it eventually. That's why I was basically giving you the advice on how to do it. The Japanese do have more kind of similar to the Italians. They have a cottage industry approach to almost radars, in that they keep producing a different batch of newer radar and slightly better radar. And, yeah. Dagon 12, do you think if the Japan was invaded that the British would have supported the decision to not prosecute the Emperor and maintain the throne had they divided Japan like Germany? I think the British probably would have done, because it would have been a good way to build, because the British went into Germany with the idea of reuniting it, and the British would have gone into Japan with the idea of reuniting it, and maintaining the Emperor would have been a good way of reuniting Japan, of causing the Soviets issues. It would have been an absolute race to see who could get the Emperor. And honestly, if the Emperor had been very clever, he would have made sure he surrendered to either the British or the Americans. Because getting caught by the Russians would have been very, very bad for him. No, I don't think they could have repelled an invasion. I think they'd have caused it issues, but I don't think they'd have repelled it. Even with 5,000 planes and all sorts of things they planned. As Trent's just pointed out, the Japanese had more working magnetron designs than the UK at World War II's end. The trouble is they didn't have the industrial system and electronic capacity to take advantages, so it's far more of a cottage industry sort of thing. Lots of good ideas, but not a lot of production. If the Brandenburg-class battleship was built with an identical main armament, how could it be useful could it have been during the Dreadnought era? Let's see if I can find a picture that I can use for it. Because if I'm going to talk about a specific class design, I should find a picture of it. And... So... Add source. Let's add an... I have talked about the Brandenburgs before, so I'm not too worried about it, but I do want to put a picture up. I found a picture. It's always a case of finding the picture, and then finding where I saved the picture. Hello, here's a Brandenburg class. They are, of course, famously the pre-Dreadnought, which had two different types of 11-inch gun on it. Yep. They have 4.5 turrets, which have 28 centimeter, 280mm, 11-inch 40 guns, and this one is a 28 centimeter, 280mm, 11-inch 35 gun. Their barrel, basically caliber, is how many times the barrel is longer than the diameter of the barrel. So basically, if you say you've got a caliber of 10 inches, if you're 10 inches and your caliber is 10, you will have a 10-inch diameter for the barrel, and your barrel will be your barrel length will be 100 inches long. So it'll be very, very short. But 16.5 knots. If they have all the same gun, do they count? Do they make a jump into the Dreadnought era? Well, they're heading there, but they're not quite there. It's the 16.5 knots. They're not going to be fast enough. No one's going to really notice them. I think it provides a very useful asset for the Germans in World War I in the Baltic. I don't think it necessarily changes anything for fighting at sea in the North Sea. For the Brandenburg class, Mr. Serenity End. That's the honest answer. Especially if they're all 11-inch 40s. Hi, Dan. Oh, look, imperial families don't seem to have a history of longevity under Soviets. No. So, no, how would you refit the Brandenburgers to be useful in any area you wanted? They're 16.5 knots. They've got Scotch Marine boilers, though, so I can use them pretty much any time. God knows, honestly. They haven't got that great armour. They haven't got that great a... They basically... They're part of the German... They're part of the Ottoman fleet fighting at the Battle of Ely, which I talked about the other day, which basically got beaten up by the Georgia Savarov. So... Honestly... There isn't much you can do to fix them. You can't fix something which is that... just that disjointed. Yeah, at least the 45s on the Nasus coming I spoke to actually make them any use, really. So anyway, in UAD I may or may not have refitted 1890 pre-dress to 1940 stack. No, that's fun. Wouldn't want to do that in real life, but on a game, happy to. I think I've done something similar myself, but not 1890s, 1900 pre-dreads. Look, in the nicest way, nice to go through, and I don't want to get into too much, but on both sides of the political divide, they tend to call anything they don't like from the other side by the most extreme version of politics on that side. So if you are left wing and something on the right wing is proposed, someone from the right wing proposes something you don't like, you call it fascist. If you're right wing and someone on the left wing proposes something you don't like, you call it communist. Apart from America, where they seem to call it socialist sometimes, and that seems to be just as bad. And you sit there and go, socialism is not communism, but leave that to one side. All of any of the ideologies are not good things to govern, to run countries with. The whole thing about conservatism was originally it was the idea that you didn't govern in ideology. You saw ideas from ideology, but you governed in evidence and made decisions based on evidence. The moment conservatism got an ideology, rather than being an anti-ideology, was when you started to have problems on the right. And yeah, the whole thing is just fun. In the fully British sarcastic way, I use of that word. And they had 4? They did have 4, yes. They lost one of those Brandenburg ships. They were interesting vessels. Definitely interesting vessels. And the Battle of Lemnos is just more disturbing for the Germans, honestly, in their history. Basically, if you want a good reason why the Ottomans end up so much in the German camp, it's that in the 1913 war with Greece, the British and Americans and French make no secret of the fact that they are pretty much giving all the support to the Greeks because they're not keen on the Ottomans at that moment, at that style. Hang on a minute. If the UK had declared secret cavity magnetron and not shared it with the US, how would this affect the war in the Pacific? If at all, as I know the US was working on an alternative. Probably not that much, but might have delayed some things coming into service. And there's not really anything secret about the cavity magnetron. It was the, as said, oxide cathode was secret, and it was various applications and versions of it that was used. There was lots of people who had it. Oh, hello, 69 Omega, you're back. Report, pornography, and hide user on my channel. Thank you. Report. I always love the way they put things through in slightly different things, so you go. Ta-da, ta-da. Hide user on my channel. Report. Pornography. And hide user on my channel. I was looking through the other day. My list of hide users on my channel, and please know, I do check this occasionally because sometimes, well, I worry that I sort of have I put people in who shouldn't be in there, and I just check because you never know, you might have hit someone who you didn't want to hit. In terms of it might have been, oh, you're actually a nice person. I hit you while I was smacking bots. I do apologise. And it's a case of who is in that sort of the sort of scenario of the people who are banned. Permissions, community, hidden users. The hidden users go like this on my channel. Mr. Burgles, who used to also, I seem to remember, doing all sorts of weird links to various finance ones. Love Chat, XXX69, Biz, 69 Omega, Mr. Burgles from another one, various Russian ones, which I cannot pronounce, Mr. Burgles, Girls 18 site, 69 Omega, someone called Rainbow Love, I'm not sure, that one I think was from ages ago, 89, 18 something, Paz 36 Fun, Girls 64, Tinder XYZ, Mr. Burgles, Mr. Burgles, Mr. Burgles, Mr. Burgles, Mr. Burgles. There are lots of Mr. Burgles. Dina Marsali, Vladimir Nufkov, who again were porn ones, if I remember correctly. And yeah, lots of. And there's various ones of WhatsApp which pretend to be me, apparently. There's WhatsApp Alex Clarke with the this, and there's Dr. Alex Clarke WhatsApp, and WhatsApp this and WhatsApp that, which are all apparently me, and I know they're not me. So yeah, it's fun, and so this is. It shocked me the other day when I realised how many names were on the banned list, because the hidden users has roughly 100 names in it, which I thought, well, hang on, oh good lord, and they are. I would say they are 95%. 95 of them are all to do with advertising people of negotiable virtue. And about 4 are financial virtue, and one is, well, hang on, no, the Burgles ones, there are a few more of those, so maybe about 20% are actually people of financial virtue, and about, and I was sort of trying to work out, then there's the other one who was just weird, who kept putting various points in the chat about, well, the one who kept talking about wanting to lick my nose. I think they were in there for a while. They're not in there anymore because hopefully they don't come back. But Tom Venom, the oxide cathode was stolen by the British from the French, who are building their own centimetric magnetometers without cavities, but with the high output power. Yeah, there are many things. Take care, Vision. Take care, Stafford. I just find it ridiculous to throw terms without bothering to look up what they mean. Then you actually have to look. You don't do that. Politics is and ever will be more about image and about perception of what you're saying. If you can spin a good yarn that something is that, people will believe it is that, even if it's not. This is the amount of time. This is the amount of reasons why people confuse socialism with communism so often, and they just go, "No, it's not. It is not." And it's not, and it's the same with liberalism is not socialism. There is a difference. And conservatism is not fascism. Conservatism is not liberalism. There are differences, even with ideology now being in the conservatism, which is frankly disturbing, because it shouldn't be. But leave that on one side. Richard, I'm fairly sure porn wasn't made free and is still not free. And if we're going to do this discussion, because I'm fairly certain quite a lot of people have to pay for it. They just advertise it free to try and hook people into it. I would say that the biggest contraception known to mankind has been the television. That is because before television existed, your options for an evening's entertainment were to play board games, play card games, read a book, or, in other words, all those sort of activity things, or hang out with your spouse. There's also the fact that people tend to be getting married later, which has an effect on birth rates. There's the fact that people don't have so many children because children are more likely to survive to adulthood. That has affected birth rates, and it's if you adjust things over time. If you adjust things over a shorter time, it's a smaller dip in birth rate. If you adjust things over a longer period, it looks like a larger dip in birth rate because of these factors. There are lots of various factors affecting all that. There's also, no doubt, one other factor involved, which is birth control and the various protective measures which go into that. They all have an effect. People have more control over their reproduction than they used to. Now, honestly, people should have the choice. Yes, I would like to live in a world where people felt they could have as many children as they liked. I think it would be fair. But the fact is, these days, and if they wanted to have none, then they can have none. If they want to have a lot, they can have a lot. But there are issues in terms of cost, there are issues in terms of lifestyle, there are issues in terms of the very real effect it does take on people, and not every country has the best support for it. I do notice some of the countries which seem to be most anti birth control, anti the limitations that you can place on pregnancies, are also the ones which do not invest as much in terms of looking after the actual pregnant women, the actual parents who are going through the pregnancy. It's a scenario which I do not like as a thing. I think I have to say this is the thing. I've been a Conservative borough councillor. I am more of that side of the political spectrum than I am of the other, but I basically wander across wherever I think it is a good reasoned idea. And I don't like to get into politics much on this channel because we're a naval history channel, and that's what we focus on. But I would say, in my view, the first thing you have to fix is healthcare of the people going. If you want more people to feel safer having children, you have to make sure they have the healthcare they need. You have to make sure they have the support they can for these things, because not everyone's going to be in a scenario where they can. So you have to start from the very beginning to make sure they have the healthcare, and then you have to make sure the education system is in place to look after those kids. You have to make sure the right provisions are in place to enable those children to be looked after if the parents need to work, because the parents probably will need to work. These days, with the cost of things, it's highly unlikely for you to have a scenario where you can have a single income family. It's far more difficult. Sometimes it's only part-time work for one of the parents, but again, or they can work from home, but that's still going to make life more difficult. And it's a complicated issue. It's not something... One of the things I hate in modern politics, and I really do hate this, and this is why I don't talk about politics much on this channel, I'm trying to avoid it, is the amount of things which are boiled down to 5-word, 7-word, 10-word answers, which don't actually give the context, don't actually give the nuance, and don't actually go into the detail, and aren't a reasoned response. They're just a catchy slogan. And you cannot have a debate which is made up of catchy slogans. You actually have to have a reasoned, calm discussion about the things. Don't want history, my God. I like people chatting away. How long did the batteries last on Turkey handlers? I'm not sure. I think I'm probably going to have to recharge them at some point. Although, it does seem to be unscrewable. Yeah, it's a little battery. I think I can get a new one of those. But it'll go off once this is over. Down paperback books were seen as having morally corrupting influence before TV came along. They were, because they were far cheaper, and they gave people who were lower middle class and people from working class the ability to read things which might give them ideas. They were terrible. Thank you, Steve Richards. I am. I'm not arguing choice, but I'm just saying that. Yeah. Honestly, no, they sound terrible, but I always found that those sort of things boring, Richards, honestly. The point I'd make is the real thing is far more interesting than the picture. I have to make do with the pictures of ships. I don't want to make do with pictures of other things. That's my personal view, though. Frank's wondering, would you consider yourself? Would you at all consider yourself a statist? Oh, no. No, I definitely don't like centralized. I like it to be as free as it can be while still being sensible. There are certain... It's one of those things. People go, oh, well, then you must support this. No, I don't. My view is things like, if I was talking about the tugboats which serve the armed forces, they would all be part of the Royal Fleet Auxiliary if I was in charge. I have no qualms with having a state education system. It seems to me most sensible use of taxpayers' money. Same with state infrastructure in terms of fixing roads and maintaining those things. And National Health Service makes a lot of sense to me because, and this is going to sound strange, if you have a National Health Service where people pay for it in taxes, Usually, people go and get the problems checked before they get so bad they get really expensive. So it's actually a more efficient use of resources as a rule, and it keeps people more productive and happier, in which also makes the economy better and makes the country better. So it makes sense. But I don't really care. I often have get into this discussion with people, and I go, I don't care what people do in terms of their personal lives, as long as they're not hurting anyone. And in terms of forcing people to do something they don't want to do, or honestly, that everyone's of age and happy. I don't really care about anything else. I don't see the need to police people's have windows into people's souls. It's not my duty and not my skill. And I don't think anyone really has that as a duty or skill. Belief in the fortune is important. Måneskin, talking Falklands, if Admiral Scheer got himself and the ships back to Germany, how does that affect Jutland, one Admiral Beatty? If Admiral Scheer had managed to get his ships back to Germany, he would be a naval god in Germany. So that's going to change the command structure in the High Seas Fleet. How much that changes the command structure, I don't know. Does he replace Hipper or Scheer? He's technically not one of the more senior vice admirals, but there again, the odds are he comes back, he's going to be made a full admiral. Why? Because he's just managed to get his squadron past the massed horde of the Royal Navy. Which means he might well succeed Scheer. He might go to high command for a bit and then take over from Scheer, or he might go and be sent to serve as naval advisor to the Ottomans. He might get the Baltic, but it's going to depend on what happens. I'm avoiding the religion route. Politics is one thing. Religion, no, definitely not getting that. As I've said before, I don't go to church anymore in the UK that often. Well, I still believe, but I don't go to church because every vicar I went to in the area decided to tell me that dogs don't get to heaven. And I turned around to him and said, dogs have better personalities and I'm sure therefore nicer souls than some humans I know. So if you're telling me those humans are getting to heaven and dogs aren't, I'm not sure that that's a good argument for wanting to be there. Which caused a whole another fight. We'll leave that to one side. I think realistically, the Malta class weren't going to be ready till the late 1940s, had construction not been axed. They would have been ready earlier than that. It's one of the things. You have to remember there's a go slow in 1945 because of things going on, but if there hadn't been a go slow, if there hadn't been a realization nuclear attacks were coming on, they would have been pushed up and probably would have been ready. They would have been launched and on their way to commissioning by the end of 1946. And honestly, an invasion of Japan is not going to be over quickly. You are talking a year to 18 months. They would probably not have been launched in 1945. It would probably been launched in 1946. So you're probably talking halfway through 1947 by the time the war ends in Japan, at which point the Malta class, at least 2 of them, are probably available. Agreed, Serenty's End. Birth rate problem is more a problem of economics. Birth rates start dropping when kids don't make you money but lose it instead. There is an argument for that one. Nothing. So where was the RN going to find the 14,000 crew needed for the 4 Maltas? Honestly, what you have probably going on is decommissioning some of the older carriers. New crew, new service personnel entering service. Decommissioning some of the convoy escorts. And decommissioning some of the things going on, changing some of the force structure going on. You have to remember again, they're not going to need to run the convoy escorts, etc., that they've been running for the whole scenario they've been running in the North Atlantic and the Battle Atlantic, because the war with Germany is going to be over. So that's going to change things. Frank's wonder, Dr. C, do you ever study Navy attempts to provide non-combat services to those in need? Humanitarian relief? Yes. And disaster response? Yes. I have a colleague, actually, who's president of SIMSEC the president of SIMSEC globally, called Christopher Stockdale Garbett, who's a specialist in this and does all sorts of work on it. I heard the book sales are going well. I'm not sure I'm around. Something during the Falklands War, Admiral Spade with his fleet comes by. How does that change the war? HMS Conqueror suddenly has HMS Conqueror, HMS Spartan, and HMS Splendid, I think, suddenly have a lot more work. Because I think they're the only things which can sink an armoured vessel at that time, down there. Dog Heaven, yeah. Dog Heaven does sound good. Basically, you spend the day playing with fluffy research assistants and just enjoying yourself, going for lovely walks, swimming in lakes, lots of food, lots of games of bally, sitting there quietly with your dog sneezing next to you. Yeah, that does sound like a pretty good heaven. Mr. Sorrentian, I don't think East Asia Squadron can make it back without Spade being a god. I don't either. The only scenario where I see them getting back is if Jellicoe decides it's more interesting if he lets them get back just to cause trouble with the German High Command. I don't know, can't remember what video was binge watching, but you made a comment that in World War I, RN stopped ships off the US coast with impunity. I believe that caused Admiral King's enmity towards the Royal Navy. No, they did it also a bit in World War II as well. But Admiral King's enmity towards the RN was caused by Admiral Beatty being an idiot. For the people who disagree with atom bombs on Japan, if the Allies just blockade them, how long do you think that would last? Would it work? Oh, it would have taken years. It would have taken years. I don't think it would work. Someone makes you right. Don't do religion or politics. Dogs and ships 10 times better. Yep. Is there a major history of humanitarian relief even for non-US or UK navies even 100 years ago? Yeah, navies as a whole, whenever they've been around, they tend to turn up and try and help out. The French Navy, Italian Navy have all done various jobs. The Ottoman Navy was using some disaster relief scenarios. I think basically navies are often on the scene. I think our mass coordinated, organised, sending stuff from UK, sending stuff from home sort of thing
is something more recent, but usually if a ship turns up in an area which is a disaster, the crew will help out. That's right. So why did the Malta class get 4.5-inch guns? Because they were available and they knew they worked, and they would wanted them in service as quickly as they could. King was over watching the Grand Fleet when Beatty was in charge. During an exercise in the fog, Beatty got outmaneuvered by his second-in-command, and instead of letting his fleet get destroyed, he ended the exercise. Because he didn't want to take the L. And King thought, well, that's a prat. And this was someone who was bigging himself up as Britannia's naval god of the current time. Dagon, also, if von Spain makes a better German, Churchill will probably have been sacked and Vischer with him. Doubtful. Sacking those would have been very politically very difficult. They would have been, and they wouldn't have. They let's put it this way: the scenario where they get back, it's basically a massive fleet maneuver by the high seas fleet. So the Grand Fleet, etc., and force are watching the high seas fleet, and von Spee, etc., manages to sneak through probably Norwegian waters to avoid the minefields, which hadn't been conducted across the North Sea. But you have to remember, there's Northern Barrage is something which the Americans pay to be put up. It's not that it actually exists at this time. And so they'd have got through, hugged the Norwegian coast, and gone into the Denmark Straits. So, yeah, but it was a case of, well, of course we had to let them go past. We were watching the main fleet. Well, this small force of cruisers managed to sneak past. Scenarios: were armoured cruisers useful to most of the navies, or would the majority of them be better off just building protected cruisers and battleships? They were useful. They were very useful at that time. I said, what are any major human relief operations that you're more interested in? I think people should know about. Oh, there's a few, but honestly, most of the ones I find interesting are the ones where the ships just turn up and just start helping out. When they turn up, they don't expect there'll be problems. They turn up and go, "Oh, there's problems. Let's sort this out." Jack Ray, how would an invasion of Japan, if tank bins were available, have affected UK ship procurement? A lot more ships would have been procured, because, again, they'd have had to keep on procuring them. So you've probably seen the Battle class finished and all completed, and it brought into service, and you've probably seen the Daring class brought into service a lot earlier. So the Daring class you'd have got would have been a lot earlier in the line of procurement, and you might have got more of them. And basically, it would have been... For you've probably seen Corvette production drop off an absolute cliff. Same with frigate production. It would have been destroyers, cruisers, and carriers. In many cases, an organised security detail works wonders simply by restoring order and organising resources. It can help a lot. Dual amounts are, in my opinion, more a sign of what you have in wartime than in single mounts. Single mounts are more modern today, standard today, because their maintenance is a lot easier from a maintenance perspective, and so that makes it more economically sensible. But I would always, when you're making an economic argument about your procurement of systems, not an operational capability argument, I worry. Churchill doesn't resign over Gallipoli, if I remember correctly. Churchill gets fired, to an extent. Or rather, forced to go. Interesting that German officers like Raeder held Jellicoe in high regard. Raeder went to Jellicoe's funeral in 1945. When Beatty passed, the Germans stayed home. that's a change in period in the world that happens, but also there's the fact that it's going to sound strange, but Jellicoe had been quite good at building up relations, whereas BT was not. Hundreds of them, Anuk. Hundreds of those things. Okay, so I don't want disaster this on my own. I merely wish to attend his funeral. WBC. So the British hadn't suffered the economic issues. Would the fairly Firefly and Submarine Sea Fire mean relegated to second line roles? Potentially, and it's not. Again, how do I put it? So, the British have a policy. The moment war's over, they start concentrating on trying to fix the economy. While war's on, they spend as much money as they have to. They will spend the money they have to spend. But they always try, a moment war's over. Hello, I'm getting messages. Yeah. Mum just sent me a message going, can you please drink up your brew quickly? The boys are missing you. I don't know. Anyway, the British always end up, after wars are over, pleading poverty and trying to say, oh no, we're bankrupt. And sometimes, as I said, the cumulative effect of the Second World War, the legacy of the First World War, the 1920s and 30s, and the economic turmoil of those periods did mean that Britain was pretty much broke by the end of the Second World War. But when I say broke, that's broke for a given order of magnitude. We were broke, but still able to invest in the V-bomber program of free heavy bomber systems, our own nuclear program, and all the other, and a whole new suite of jet aircraft. So it's and also new radars, some new guns, some new this, that, the other. It's a broke for a given order of broke, if you know what I mean. It's a case of, it's a good thing to say, we can't afford to do this anymore, is really code for, we don't want to do it anymore. William Cox, no fuel for the suicide boats, subs and suicide planes in the Fan Black. No one has ever found the tank farm. Paper Tigers. You're right on that one to an extent. In disaster relief, do foreign sailors and marines take commands from local officials? Yes. It's usually a case of they liaise with the locals and they support the locals. They don't necessarily take commands. The locals will make a request and the officers will decide whether or not they follow it. Fushi Smith, how do British people feel about the Royal Navy no longer ruling the seas and taking everybody else's stuff? Well, whilst they do understand we no longer rule the seas, I think they'd be surprised to hear that we no longer take everyone else's stuff. Because you have to remember, as late as during the Cold War, we abducted tanks from the other side of the Iron Curtain. So, in the nicest way, the Royal Navy has been still merrily taking people's stuff, and still probably to this day is merrily taking people's stuff. Just because they no longer rules the waves, it just means it's more fun to take people's stuff because they don't even have the excuse of saying they're afraid of you for letting you get away with it. Thank you, Jack Ray. Steve Clarke, people ask about the carriers of 946 World War II. What about the aircraft that got on our ships? Do we see the Sea Fury in the Flyer? Quite potentially. Potentially. Yeah, broke. Yeah, 3 types of V-bombers. Yeah, developing one type of V-bomber is one thing. Developing 3. Victor, Valiant, and Vulcan. That's kind of excessive, going, we're going to develop 3 different types of this aircraft for this role. And we built the NHS in 1948. Yeah, although the NHS is an interesting organisation because quite a lot of it was already in place at that point. There are already sort of significant chunks of the NHS already in place, and the NHS in 1948 is formed more by combining all these things together and then trying to sort it out, which is one of the reasons why we have the problem we have today, because the NHS and its foundation
is more of a amalgamation than a construction, which is a foundational issue with the NHS in terms of organisation, because it's not something which is built suddenly from the ground up in 1948. It's something which is brought together from all sorts of different things in 1948, and it's an amalgamation in a sort of put forward by brought together by people who were born in the Victorian era, putting it together in an Edwardian period post the World War, where they're still the Second World War they've had in roughly 30 years, and they are sufficiently traumatized that frankly you're not quite sure if they should be running this, and we have the NHS we have today, which is a very good thing in terms of I like it being free at the point of need and all those things, and the sort of national organisation. I think though it probably it's the third rail to say it though, but I think it probably needs someone to sit there and actually think through things. Like recently we've had the whole strike of the nurses, etc., going on and the issues over pay, and you sit there and go, well, really, shouldn't that be sort of designed like civil service pay should probably be in all these things? Shouldn't that be a system whereby there is an independent negotiation which makes recommendations to Parliament, and it's done as an independent organisation that negotiates with the nurses, negotiates and tries to reach a settled agreement which doesn't involve the politics of it, because the political parties and the governments will often always try to make various political points out of the pay issue, and you want to keep the politics away from it. I remember myself from local council days, the whole point was to try and keep the politics away from pay, and I was in favour of the pay increases. And that was the people looking and going, what do you want? Because my view was that, frankly, we needed to do staff retention. But that was a debate over 2 or 3, 1%, 2% or 3% pay increase. I was saying for 2. No one was arguing for 3, sadly enough. Would have been fun, because then I could have been more the conservative going down the middle of the route. Nope. Because, for those who don't know, my borough is right next door to the border with London. We're sorry, but we're on the border of London, so you always have to be slightly worried about pay, because people who live in the borough can quite easily go and work in London when they get London waiting and higher pay, which they don't get here. So, to retain good quality staff on the council in the council staff pay schemes, you need to be competitive, let's say. Not include London waiting and that sort of thing, but you do need to be competitive. It's sensible. It was at the time, because you have to remember this was a few years ago, and it was just after there had been a national pay freeze for a few years because of the 2010 downturn and all the issues we had with the financial collapse after that. And the debate coming in was, the issue was a staff-wide pay rise and pay agreement. It was considered at the time staff retention. It was a different time, okay? It was a few years ago. I'll set off for a carrier makes it past the Isle of Wight without throwing a seal. Well, HMS Queen Elizabeth has done a fair number of times, as has Prince of Wales. They have had issues, but honestly, let's be honest. If you haven't built carriers for as long as we haven't built any ships, and then you're building 2, you're expected issues. And honestly, when you consider the sheer number of seals and the sheer number of things they have, really, we should have built considering the amount of money we paid, we should have built 3. Because we paid the equivalent for a third to go slow on the build construction, and the third one would have been the best of them all, because it would have been the one we were most experienced by the time we built it.
Most of the stuff actually we bought. This is one of the funny things when you go around. We bought from sometimes other people who've done the looting. As well, Dottie, have you ever heard about the use of Lexington being used as a power barge for a town in California in the 1920s? No, but it wouldn't surprise me as that was more than capable of doing that sort of thing. Yeah, I don't want to get into London waiting. It's a weird scenario. Because and the worst case scenario, sell most flawed. That probably would have been no. Yeah, that would have been an issue. But also you have to remember, if you have free ships, then if one has an issue, one has an accident, etc., you still have two, so you probably still have one available. Anyway, I have finishing my embryo. I do not know. Anyway, I'm going to say thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and thank you. If you don't manage to join me on the 23rd, Merry Christmas. Hope you have a nice time, and hope you enjoy spending time with your family. Or whomever you choose to celebrate Christmas with. Find someone. It's more fun to celebrate it without spend it with other people. You don't have to spend Boxing Day with other people. Yeah, that is the thing. With most of the Egyptian stuff, it was nicked by the French first, and then we nicked it off them. We've never bothered about who we steal from, or rather, who we acquire from. Thank you, Mr. Serenity Zen. Thank you, John Shea. Thank you, Dan Freeman. Thank you, Frank Spardo. Thank you, Boxy. Thank you, William Cox. Thank you, Abzaski. Thank you, DG40. Dunner Khan Hamad. Thank you, William Cox. History Vanguard. Thank you, Ruhon. Thank you. Rizvonk. Thank you. Fives, fives, many fives. Thank you. Richards. Thank you. Byron. Thank you. Stephen Richards. Thank you. Cold War Chemical. Thank you. Spend Christmas with paving slabs. No. I work with enough paving. I work with concrete labs and all those things at one of the unis I work in. You don't want to spend it with paving slabs. Thank you, Fushi. Thank you, Jack Gray. Thank you, Steve Clarke. Thank you, Nook. William Cox. Thank you, Derek Ironhammer. Frank Sparta. Carmen Gosberg. Thank you. And thank you, everyone. Take care. Thank you, Dagum12. Thank you, Stephen Richards. Da-da-da-da. Doodles!